All right, good evening and welcome to our special meeting. It is now 6 p.m. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McQuay?
Here.
Councilmember Nason? Her audio is being connected right now. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Here.
Mayor Gary?
Here.
And I think Councilmember Nason should be connected shortly.
Okay. All right, it looks like we don't have any public hands up, so we'll go ahead and see you in closed session. Good evening and welcome to our regular meeting. It is 7 p.m. We'll go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilmember McQuay?
Here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Here.
And Mayor Gary?
Here. Councilmember McQuay, can you read the acknowledgement for us, the land acknowledgement, please?
Thank you. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lashon. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and line item number 3, reportable action in the closed session. Mala?
Mary, there's no reportable action.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go into line item number 4. 4.1 is a certificate of appreciation for our crossing guards, Larry, Beverly, Melissa, Neda, Rochelle, Phyllis, and Orlando's. If you are available, if you could be brought up to speak. Looks like Orlando's Waters is here.
If you guys are available in the attendees, please raise your hand.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Waters.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
very good. And fellow council members, I'd like to, on behalf of yourself and Brian Doss, thank you and the city of Albany for your unwavering support for the crossing guards for all city management services. We'd also like to thank Sergeant Curlin, who's on the motorcycle patrol, who has helped us at the intersection of Jackson and Buchanan. As with all crossing guard situations, safety is tantamount, paramount, and number one priority. And we love being a part of the Albany family and serving them. And our manager, Alan Stone, has been with contractually with the city for quite some time. And so he's been a guiding force as well. And one observation, or I'd like to make in terms of when you stand at the corner of Jackson and Buchanan, a very unique corner in that we have, I've seen and talked with some of your astute staff who are working on redesigning the layout for the approach to the drop-off parking. But we do need to have, I would recommend that the surface, because I have kids falling, parents tripping, the potholes be filled, the yellow lanes hopefully could be repainted, and a sign that says school crossing ahead. Because what happens is you go through the light, you have to break your speed down to avoid a red light to 15 miles an hour. So if we could get some cosmetic surface support in terms of that, I think we can continue to work with your officers who are there at beginning and ending of school in the cruiser to help monitor and control traffic. They do an excellent job. And I try to keep traffic and everything flowing so that they can spend more time in other critical areas that you need. So it's a privilege and an honor to work for your prestigious city, to be a guard of the highest regard. And we know the families, we know the children, we know the board members, so we know the community at large, and we are there to, as your security police officers do, is to protect and to serve. So, Madam Mayor, thank you again and again for reaching out and acknowledging the work of crossing guards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Waters. looks like Rochelle Richard is on as well. If you would like to say a few words.
Yeah, it's an honor to be a school crossing guard. I meet so many people and I get a chance to interact with the pedestrians and make sure that they're safe and not hanging out on the curb, because where I stand, my post is Marin and San Pablo. And it's kind of pretty dangerous because some of the pedestrians and the school kids like to hit the button and stand very close to the curb. So I enjoy making sure that their safety is first. And so I'm just really proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for the services that you provide for our city and our students. All right, with that said, we'll go to line item number 4.2 is a certificate of recognition for our Albany High School cross-country team. And 2021 was the first year an Albany cross-country team has ever made it to the state, let alone one state. Also winning state was Sophie. She led wire to wire to beat all her competitors. Her time was 16.46, was the fastest time of the day out of 900 female competitors. So I would like to bring Mr. Stern up. His hand is up if you would like to have a few words. Okay, it looks like he may have dropped off. Oh, they are. Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Hi, I'm Coach Craig Stern, and you can see our Albany cross-country team. And I want to introduce some of our members if they want to raise their hands. Sean Morello. There's Sean. Sean was our top runner at the state meet and came in third overall. And then next to Sean is Sophia Nordenholtz. Raise your hand. There you go. And let's see, Lucas Cohen in the back behind Sean. And Elliot Chang. There you go. Jack next to Elliot, Jack Elfenbaum. Jared Nakahara. And Christian Klychev. And then below Christian, we have our my fellow coach, Yvonne Gallegos, behind the mask. And then next to her is Ben Elfenbaum. And trying to see who else we got there. Oh, there you are. We got a beautiful trophy, which you can see. It's a trophy, a wood trophy of the state of California. And behind the trophy, we have Sam Givner. Say hi, Sam. There you go. And I wanted to thank the City Council and Madam Mayor for recognizing Albany cross-country team. I see Aaron there, former runner from Albany. Good to see you again. You have a little bit more hair on your chin since I remember you. But anyways, it's been a great season. It's like the perfect storm. As Madam Mayor mentioned, we have never had a team make it to state, and we got that out of the way. And not only got it out of the way, but we won state. And on top of that, we had the top girl in the entire state win her race. And she had the fourth fastest time ever on that course, which is pretty amazing. And we thank you very much for this recognition. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything beyond that.
You're on mute if you would like to say anything.
Jack?
Speech.
I guess not.
No, just thank you. It's really great. We were all really happy to be able to go to the state meet, and for a lot of us, it's our first time. And Albany's never gone to state meet, never done anything that crazy. So we know like Albany's had a long history of really great runners. Like I know some of them are here. So it's just really amazing for all of us to go out there and represent everyone and win, which we honestly didn't even think was possible early in the season. So really just amazing. I know everybody here is really happy and grateful for all of that. So just thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you,
And
Madam Mayor.
congratulations to you all.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, if I may also extend my congratulations. Cross country and track was a sport that I did in high school, so I have some understanding of the pain and the dedication that's involved, and so never made it as far as you did. So happy to live a little bit vicariously through you. Thanks so much.
I want to add, it took me 27 years to actually take a team to state. We've had 16 runners, but never a team. So it was a great season.
Wow, amazing. Thanks all.
I wanted to just echo that. As Craig, you mentioned, I used to be on the team. We had a couple stars in our year go to state, but I was definitely not one of them. And I've got more hair on my face now than then, and also more weight, so I'm not doing as well at running these days.
Yeah.
But really well done to you and the whole team. I'm glad to see that the only sport I ever participated in at Albany High is going strong, and stronger than when I was in it. Thank
you, Aaron. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think I didn't know Aaron. Councilmember Tiedemann ran as well. I think that says something about some of what you learn. Putting in the sacrifice over the long term, or those long weeks of training for a distant goal, really prepares you well for doing that for the rest of your life.
All right. Well, thank you. And congratulations to your team. All right, we'll go down to line item number 5 is the city manager report. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A reminder to everyone to really pay attention when you're out and about on city streets, both driving, walking, or on wheels, bike or otherwise. We've had more than our fair share of unfortunate collisions, and these can be prevented. When walking or biking or scooting, make sure that vehicles see you and that you're connecting with them, and you're aware that they will be stopping. If it's dark out, maybe plan ahead and walk at a different time. But if you are walking at night, make sure you can be seen, whether that be a flashlight or bright light colors or reflective materials. Always use sidewalks and signals whenever possible, and really just a message to everyone to slow down and obey the traffic laws. So I share that just out of concern for the collisions that have occurred, and for all of us just as a friendly reminder collectively. And I appreciate our staff for responding to these and serving our community when they are of need. We have a Albany Housing Element Update workshop planned via Zoom Thursday, December 16th from 7 to 8:30. This is kind of an introduction to the housing element, what it means, what our requirements are for additional housing, and how to get involved. So really take the opportunity to understand how Albany will change in the future as we are obligated and honored to create additional housing in our community. We will have available translation both in Spanish and Mandarin for this event as well. A reminder that we are transitioning from our default electricity option for Renewable 100 service, which is a cleaner, greener energy. That begins in January 2022. Hopefully you have received a mailer at your home, and there is a slight shift in price for this additional energy service or cleaner energy service. So you can visit the provider's website at ebce.org/Albany for additional information on that transition. Folks with business licenses can expect to receive their 2022 business license renewal letter in the mail towards the end of this month. As a reminder, renewals are due by January 31st. We are honored to partner with Curative for the testing location at the community center. It's been up for a week or so now and seems very well received, very turnkey. Appreciate the mayor bringing this to the council agenda for action, and Curative has been a great partner thus far. So thank you for coordinating that and for Curative to serve our community. We have a blood drive tomorrow at the community center. You can sign up online for an appointment so that it is a safe way to give blood. redcrossblood.org is their website. We finally here, we are completing the fall 2021 sewer project. It's just about done, and it was a major project at Ocean View Park, and the USDA facility helped us achieve a significant progress towards rehabilitation of our old sanitary sewer main. The reason this is important is when we have overflows of the sewer system, it can impact our local waterways, including our many creeks and ultimately the bay. So I applaud Public Works for staying the course and really achieving a significant amount of new pipe over the last several years. That concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to line item number 6.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. I just saw a hand that was raised during that.
Right.
Okay, gotta look out for each other.
All right, go ahead and let Jeremiah in. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Jeremiah. Apologies, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Preston. I'm going to go ahead with my good for the city. I'm not making a comment on.
Oh, okay.
hers.
That's fine. So give me 1 sec. Let me go ahead and announce, and we'll go ahead and bring you in. Thank you. All right. The 6 is our good of the city. This is a time that you can raise your hand and speak for 3 minutes on items that are not on the agenda. And it looks like, Jeremiah, you are the first one. So go ahead, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind the city that there's a couple food banks open to Albany residents. You actually got to bring your ID and have an Albany address to get in there. It's like, you know, got to be living in Albany to get in. And if you don't, I mean, if you're from Fairfield or something, they don't turn people away if you got friends or relatives that you might want to take. But it's right there on 1925 9th Street in Berkeley. It's a Berkeley Food Network on 9th Street and University. There's also one at 1600 Sacramento Street. It's a Fringe Church on Sacramento and Cedar intersection. The Fringe Church is open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m. And the Berkeley Food Network is pretty much open every day from 10 a.m. till about 2 p.m. If you go there, just ask for Holden or Sunny, and they'll direct you. Let's see here. Also, let's see here. We've got a few people sleeping in the Albany Library parking lot. One lady, her name's Judy. She's a senior citizen. I would just like to bring this to your attention, City Council, that you have a female senior citizen sleeping in her car for the past 3 months at the Albany Community Center parking lot. And not one person has really tried to help her. It's kind of sad to see that the city took away the porta potty, the toilet, and the hand wash station, because now the senior citizen, now she's just aging in place. That's your idea of aging in place. You know, where does she go to the bathroom at night? I mean, if you're aware that people are sleeping in their cars in the parking lot, if you're aware of this, City Council, then what are you doing about it? I mean, where do they go to the bathroom at night? In the bushes or find a tree? Now you got to pick up feces the next day. So my solution is just to get a porta potty, whatever it costs, whatever COVID relief money you got, emergency COVID, millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars you keep talking about. Maybe spend $500 or $1,000 on a public restroom that everybody could use. Otherwise, you're going to have to be picking up feces from a senior citizen lady. She probably needs housing too, unless that's your idea of aging in place. I just don't see how this could go on for so long. Three months she's been there. So let's get organized and get on the right track and get this lady housed before, you know, she catches pneumonia or something terrible. Thank you. Thank you very much for Harry and the laundry mat, and also Little Star Pizza for donating pizzas. And I can't see my time ticker. I probably went past my minutes.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Keep up the good work, Ann. It's good to hear your voice. Thanks, everybody.
Next, please.
I guess that's me. I am speaking as a member of Albany Uprising. It's a group in Albany of citizens that are working for racial and social justice. And I'm wanting to compliment our mayor, Gary, for many things that she has worked hard to push forward. I particularly would talk about the creation of the Police Community Relations Advisory Committee and her efforts to get the city to recognize the Confederated Villages of Lejeune. And I look forward to these efforts going farther. I know certain items are on the agenda, so I won't speak to them now. But also her efforts to get the free shower and laundry programs going. I just want to thank you, Mayor. I've lived in this town since the days of the John Birch Society and the bookstore, whose name I'm not recalling right now. And it's just a blessing that we are now making moves to become a humane city and respecting all people and recognizing all people and listening to all people and recognizing the lived experiences of people. So thank you, Mayor, and bless you all, Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead, please, Susan.
Thanks so much. Susan Schwartz, the head of Friends of Five Creeks, a 25-year-old all-volunteer organization working for Creekside Nature, founded in Albany. I want to quickly speak about two matters concerning Codornices Creek. First, since the summer of 2020, early in the COVID shutdown, when it became evident that scattered camps were probably the safest place for a homeless person to be, and the banks of Codornices Creek were littered with feces. I sent you the photos. Friends of Five Creeks has paid almost $500 a month with contributed money for a portable toilet at 8th Street. Albany and UC Berkeley declined to help with this. We got some bureaucratic help from Berkeley. It has been quite successful. The banks are cleaner than before. There's been no increase in littering and trash. If anything, the opposite. But this has eaten up the financial reserve that we built up over many years, and COVID and camping are both here to stay. I will be writing a letter asking the agencies responsible for the creek to take over this cost using the $500,000 maintenance fund that we discovered and revived for you, if not COVID relief fund. There seems to be a theme for tonight, doesn't it? I hope you will support this as minimal decent behavior in a civilized society. Second, I have some good news, and I apologize. I don't know if you've gotten the piece of paper. This happened last minute. As many of you know, for some time, UC Berkeley has tolerated a truly filthy feces and rotten food ridden camp on Codornices next to the Albany Little League fields. This was hazardous to the health of both its occupants and passersby, not to mention its effects on pollution in our area's only trout stream. The camp collapsed and was abandoned during the recent storms. You have or will be getting a short photo history. I hope if you don't have it now or whenever you get it, that you will look at it carefully about what happened and what it was like. It has now been cleaned up. The layers of rotten food, feces, clothing, and so on and so forth are gone. I'm confident that this happened because of varied Friends of Five Creeks efforts. And I'm happy to say that today, a member of the University Village staff has for the first time responded to our emails and said he was interested in meeting on how we could partner to keep this sad situation from recurring. So that is great news for us. I think for you, I hope that your staff and elected officials will take part in this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Nick Peterson. I'm speaking as a founding member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition. And I wanted to actually stress to anyone who's listening that the change in our clean electricity is in keeping with our climate action adaptation goals. And I encourage everybody to, as much as possible, stay with that, support the sustainable 100 clean electricity that we're now provided, and not to opt out or opt over to other slightly less expensive. We need to put our money where our mouth is and help. And the other thing I'd like to encourage people is to attend the Climate Action Committee meetings that happen third Wednesday of every month. This is where the city's policies on climate change and how to avert it are deeply considered and developed. And with the recent finishing up of the COP26 conference in Glasgow, I think we can all realize we are sorely behind. New UN study has come out showing that actually the amount of time we have left to stay under the 1.5 degrees Celsius rise is even less than was thought of before. It keeps shrinking and shrinking, even though the years aren't passing as fast. We now only have about 5 to 8 years to meet those goals. So goals, in addition to being met, have to be met sooner. And Albany certainly has some good ones that we're striving towards. So I encourage everyone to attend those meetings, have your voices heard, and help pursue those policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is KZ Zapata, and I'm a co-founder of Albany Uprising. I'm also a member of the City of Albany's Social and Economic Justice Commission. Thank you to Mayor Gary for appointing me. I was born and raised here in Albany, and I'm excited to be doing advocacy and social justice work in our city. And I really wanted to tonight talk a little bit about the gratitude that I personally and our organization have to Mayor Gary for the work she's doing in our city, and also to really urge the council to continue Mayor Gary's work in the months and years to come, as you all, I know, are transitioning to new leadership. I really think it's critical that we name a very big problem in the city of Albany, which is anti-Black racism. And I want to point out some of the really important and powerful work that Mayor Gary has done in addressing anti-Black racism in the city of Albany. And one of the things, one of the many things, and we've been keeping track of we have Mayor Gary's voting record, and our goal is to keep our eye on everyone on the council's voting record so that our public is very aware of how our council is voting, and particularly on issues of racial and social justice, because we have a lot of work in Albany to do in facing our past in order to create a stronger future. So one of the things that I wanted to say about Mayor Gary is this amazing work she's done on Juneteenth. And I know that we're working on incorporating Juneteenth as a city holiday, but the celebration was really a wonderful celebration in Albany. And I urge council to continue to work with Mayor Gary so that Black people in our city feel recognized, celebrated, and honored every single day. We urge the council to have this celebration be even bigger next year. And so that it feels that, again, Albany is welcoming and warm to our Black and Brown residents. And I guess the last thing I wanted to point out was Mayor Gary's work on getting the holiday formerly known as Columbus Day as an Indigenous Peoples Day. So thank you, Mayor Gary, and let's continue to do the work that you are setting out.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Yvette Leung, and I'm also co-founder of Albany Uprising. And I also wanted to say thank you today. I can't believe it's already been almost a year that Mayor Gary has been mayor, and just wanted to just recognize the work that she's been leading. As a co-founder of Albany Uprising, we're a grassroots organized movement focused on racial justice. What we care about most is equity, social justice, and human rights for all people who live and work here. And we're really deeply concerned about a city that is silent on when it sees anti-Black racism. And so, similar to what Signe has said and similar to what KZ has said, we really care about these issues. We really want to partner with the City Council to create a city that's welcoming and safe and affordable, that provides mental health and human services for all people, but in particular to be welcoming for Black and Brown communities. I've lived here for 20 years, and some of the one of the things that I still remember is the Instagram school incident that remains really unaddressed. And so I'm hoping that we'll really take a stance and that we would be working in partnership with the City Council. In particular, since I have been more involved in listening to the City Council meetings, I was really impressed with the effort to get financial support for the laundry and shower program and to support low-income members in our community. I'm also really interested in more of the work for the unhoused. Thank you again, Mayor Gary, and look forward to working with all of you, City Council members. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Laurie Wong Roberts, and I have lived here in Albany for the past 24 years. I am also a member of the Albany Uprising. We were formerly known as Albany Speaks Out. And as what's already been said is that we are a group advocating for equity, social justice, and human rights for all people. And I'm here tonight to say thank you to Mayor Gary for her leadership as mayor for the past year, and to urge the council to continue the work that Mayor Gary started. And we still have a lot to do to transform Albany into a place where everyone belongs, particularly Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. So there are a couple of things that I just want to highlight that Mayor Gary has done. One of the things she's done is she's led a resolution for premium pay for those who work in big box stores. She's created the Police Community Relations Advisory Committee so that Albany can build a policing system that is freed from roots in systemic racism. And like we've said before, with the laundry, with the support for the laundry, that's been great. And also, she has helped the city of Albany permanently refer to the holiday formerly known as Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day. So I want to end this by saying, what are other holidays that can be reframed to address past harm? And which of you council members will lead that work? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, Council. This is Margie Marks, and I am also calling as a member of Albany Uprising. Sometimes it seems to me that it takes forever to get anything done in Albany. And that's why when I look at the achievements of our mayor over the last year, it amazes me. So I'm calling in to thank Mayor Gary too. I think that many of the items that she was able to get through were items that make a concrete difference in real people's lives. I mean, such as the premium pay for those retail workers who risk their lives during COVID for all of us. She tried to pay for the laundry and the shower program, helping low-income people. She facilitated a partnership between the UC Village and an organization called Supply Bank. Supply Bank provides diapers, non-food essentials, diapers, school supplies, that type of thing. That's real help to real people, real concrete. And then the other items that I call those the items for the soul, that just warm my soul, that, we're in good standing with the Ohlone people. And I think she took on the very difficult task of leading the community task force on policing. She was dealing with, I think it was 17 people on that task force. And to be able to come to, the good resolution and the work that they've done, not knowing who was going to be on it. And I think she's done a great job. The last thing I want to say is I looked at a draft of part of the housing element, and Albany is now a minority white city, 47% white. And when I look at the leadership of our city, I'm looking at you on the screens, it doesn't look 47% white to me. And I'm not asking anybody to apologize for your whiteness. I don't mean it in that way, but I mean that going forward, I would hope that we could all, make our leadership look like the citizens that live here. And thank you all for your work. And especially Mayor Gary, I can't believe you got so much accomplished in such a short time. And I hope, your I want to say predecessor, but we'll follow in your big footsteps, but it will be very hard. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I'm also speaking as a member of Albany Uprising, and I'm also speaking in support of them. I'm starting out, actually, I really appreciate the other members, and so I won't try to repeat everything they said, although I'll cross over a little bit, but I just wanted to start out by saying that I hope that you listen to Albany Uprising, that you reach out and maybe even invite us to participate and offer our input on issues that relate to inequities in our community, because I think we've given a lot of thought. We're a thoughtful group. We've put a lot of work into it. We have people who come from different spaces, different employment, different everything. We've come together because this is something we're really committed to. So I think reaching out to us would be especially to benefit the Black and Brown members of our community. I, like everyone else, also want to say how much I appreciate the work the mayor has done in the past year. And I hope that you will continue her work and actually use her as a role model so that and an impetus so that you can see what kind of work can be done, what kind of work should be done, what kind of work needs to be done. The actions that she has taken in the past year have made a difference in our community. I also want to encourage all of you to mentor BIPOC community members, encouraging them to run for council rather than running for council yourself in the future. Having only 2 Black mayors in the history of Albany is not acceptable for any of us. You can use your power and your privilege to change what's happening by moving aside, by making space, and by mentoring. And I request that you do that and really look in the mirror and think to yourself, do I need to be that person? Or maybe there's somebody else in the community who could do the work that I would like to do, and I could help mentor them. And because I have the power and the privilege to do that. I think it's something that white people don't do enough, and I'm asking that you do that. I also wanted to mention the porta potty situation at the library, just because Jeremiah brought it up, that I know that there was a porta potty and sink at the library, and then it was taken away, and I think it was because of complaints about, I'm not quite sure what, but I think I totally agree that there should be a porta potty and sink in the community center parking lot, and I am surprised that there continues to not be one. And I appreciated Susan Schwartz's comments about the impact of adding a porta potty to the area around the creek. And I really am appreciative of the fact that it sounds like the Five Creeks organization has stopped blaming or somewhat stopped blaming people who are experiencing homelessness and started thinking about ways to address their needs, such as porta potties, as well as services. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, it's David Danby commenting. I just wanted to simply say I agree and support all the comments made earlier by my colleagues with Albany Uprising. We have a long way to go here in Albany, and now is the time for you all to take action. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Looks like that is it. Go ahead and bring it to the council. I would like to thank the public for their comments, and just know that this is a collective effort. As you know, what good you put out will come back to you and vice versa. So thank you so much for your time. Next, we will go to the consent calendar. I will zoom around the room. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Let's see. Yeah, yes, pull number 8.
7 and 8.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Councilmember McWade.
I was going to pull 7-8.
Councilmember Nason.
Just a brief comment on 710.
Councilmember Tiedemann. All right, I'll go out to the public. All right, I'll come back in. Let's start with 7-8. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, my I guess only question or feedback is the proposal uses the word race, that this event is a race. Sort of uses that term, doesn't necessarily characterize it as race. I'm just trying to understand the intention. Is it for it to be a race, or essentially what might be called a fun walk, which doesn't necessarily have that competitive component?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, hi. Yeah, this is Eugenie Shu. Thanks. That's a good question. As it just happens, I was thinking at first that it would be, I didn't really even feel comfortable using the term race because I was not, tied into any speed issues. It's not supposed to be something that you do quickly necessarily. Although there is obviously going to be a need to be a time limit because we are asking for street closures and we can't keep streets closed indefinitely. So there's going to be some timely issue there. But as it turns out, I did speak with Steve Trutain, another community member who founded the Albany Triathlon, to get his support and assistance in organizing the 5K component. So today, when we talked, we did discuss the possibility of having it be, different paces, right? So there can be people who want to walk it, of course, and we can stagger the start times. And there can also be people who want to engage in the activity as more of an athletic activity. So people who want to speed walk or run it, that's fine too. We will make accommodations for all levels of athleticism, walkers and runners, no cyclists or anything like that for safety reasons. We have plans to try to, get race bibs and things like that so people can get times if they want to be competitive about it, because it is funding from the Sweetened Beverage tax. We want to celebrate the sportiness of it all, as well as having music as entertainment around the block, as well as ending up on the stage with a dance group, not just a group that dances, a dance group,
a band that teaches dance so that the community members can engage in square dancing or line dancing, something like that. Does that answer your question? Sorry, I was so long-winded.
No, that was great. And thank you, Ms. Shu, for taking this up, creatively repurposing. And yeah, I guess sounds like a tricky marketing, but my inclination was not to emphasize the race part or necessarily even use that word in order to make it more inviting to everybody and anybody. So I understand it's really a tricky situation. So thank you for taking that input.
Well, let me just say that the name of the event is called Move and Groove, and I purposely did not want to say that it was walking or running, but rather the move is about, getting yourself through the 5K in whichever way you want to, not including cyclists. And then the grooving, of course, is, being able to do that with music.
Yeah, it sounds great. Great concept. I'll look forward to seeing how it works out. Thanks.
Oh, me too.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted it noted that I'm on the board of the Community Foundation, so I'd like this voted on as a separate item so that I can recuse myself.
Public comment. All right, looks like we have one public comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Jeremiah here. I think this is a semi-wise decision on to use the sugar sweetened beverage tax money, to encourage exercise and to be healthy and to be fit, and to not drink soda, not drink, high fructose corn syrup, and actually read the labels on the back of products when you buy at the grocery store and know what's going into your body, and drink water, right? I mean, the city is all about putting water filling stations everywhere. It's great. And so I would just hope that this whole event has been encouraged throughout the school district, high school students, middle school students, even down to elementary, to want to be involved, considering the fact that Albany is a family town. And this event's probably already family oriented, but I just like, things being advertised, with all the city, with all the kids and the schools and everything. So anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, 7:10.
I actually have one other thought sparked by the last speaker. Been in dialogue a bit with somebody from the Albany preschool who's setting up a fundraising event involving both adults and students of the school in a cycling event, which I know this isn't, but it did occur to me that they did a test run around the outer asphalt paved path of Cougar Field, and the 4 and 5-year-olds did 5 laps, which I think is 2 miles, which is about a 5K. So just drop it in there as an idea. It might be that under 5s or under 6s are allowed to use a bike or something like that. Just a thought based on that experience. I was sort of impressed how far they went in that trial. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Nason, 7:10.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I support going forward and adopting this and appreciate the work that was done on it. I'd also like to suggest that over the coming year, we give some thought to how we can make our mission statement more specific to Albany, and our, this could be a mission statement that is almost for cities in general. And if we think about some of these things, and I think that this Ms. Shu and I was thinking about the Coachella, some of the things that are unique, or not unique, but perhaps unusual in our area that our small size facilitates, like the the Coachella concert, that you can actually walk pretty much all over town and listen to music. That's not something that you could do necessarily in a large city. It's a beautiful benefit of our small size. And I hope that we think about that and think about just personalizing this a little more. But thank you, I support it.
All right, are there any comments?
I just thank the subcommittee that worked on it.
Yeah.
All right, can I get a motion, please?
I will move the consent calendar less item 7-8, and then I will move 7-8 separately.
I'll second.
Can I get a vote?
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
And the consent calendar less 7-8 passes.
I move item 7-8.
Second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Sorry, was that Councilmember Nason second? Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
I'm recusing.
and Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
All right, thank you. We'll go to line item number 8, is presentation for the final draft of the 2021 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan. We'll go ahead and get a staff report.
Good evening, Council Member, Madam Mayor. I'm Isabelle Leduc, and I'm the Assistant City Manager and the Recreation and Community Services Director. The item before Council is the final draft of the 2021 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan for review and approval. Groundworks Office, a local urban design and landscape architecture firm based in Berkeley, was retained in March 2021 to update the 2004 Parks Master Plan. The 2021 Parks Recreation Open Space Master Plan is a new 10-year planning tool that addresses current and future needs and provides recommendations for a systemic and prioritized approach to the implementation of parks and recreational projects. The master plan is divided into 6 chapters with an appendix. Groundworks conducted months of outreach to gather input on projects, ideas, policies, and programs, which included 2 virtual community workshops via Zoom and 1 in-person workshop at Memorial Park. Other outreach methods included stakeholder meetings, park visits, a community survey, a citywide postcard mailing, and meetings to discuss the plan's progress with the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Commission. The final draft of the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Master Plan also includes feedback received at the October and November Parks, Recreation, Open Space Commission meetings. And the recently adopted land acknowledgement by Council is included on the acknowledgement page of the document. I will now turn it over to Brennan Cox and David Koo from Groundworks for their presentation on the 2021 final draft of the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Master Plan.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Isabel, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for having us this evening. I will caveat this, right? This is parks, so this is supposed to be fun, right? We're talking about parks that everybody likes. So I'm really excited to finally debut this, our Parks Master Plan that we've been working on for quite a few months. I will now share my screen and take you through a very brief overview, which does not probably give justice to the entirety of the document, which I think you do have, but I will attempt to quickly go through it and give a little bit of voice to the text and images that you do have. Okay, confirming everybody can see my screen. I'll just assume yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so back in April, we began in earnest with this project, and prior actually to that, we, in our proposal to the city, we set up 4 fairly easy and understandable tasks within the master plan, and they were learn, workshop, evaluate, and implement. In the learning phase, we set out to learn everything we can about the city of Albany, analyze and review all the existing policies, programs, and projects in the city. We did this in a way to make sure that we knew what we were talking about before and prior to engaging with the citizenry. Phase 2 was our workshop phase. Next slide here, actually. Our workshop phase. During our workshop phase, we met with the city, with members of the public 3 times. Our first meeting was a Zoom meeting. Our second meeting was at the pros of the Parks Rec Open Space Commission meeting in July. And then on August 14th, we had an outdoor in-person event at Memorial Park. I did see some of you there, and I thank you for coming. And I'll show some of those slides. I'll highlight that a bit later. Phase 3 was us as consultants taking all of that information and input from the community and creating an evaluation and ways to organize that, all of this information and data that we've been receiving through the community process. And our last phase, which is we are finishing up, is the implement phase, which is the crafting of the document that you all will use to guide the Parks Department or the parks for the next 10 years. The Albany Parks Master Plan has 7 chapters with an appendix, which we call the placemaking catalog. There's some other things in there. Chapter 1 was our vision and goals. It was actually the last chapter we did at the end of creating all of the previous chapters as a way to kind of give a summary to everything that we've heard. And I'm going to also walk through some of these other chapters of how they learn. I'm going to give a quick brief introduction to these chapters, so I'll start with the vision and goals. And I will move to the 3 guiding principles that we set out to was in creating inclusive spaces, sustainability, and an integrated system. And just to kind of rehash that is that there was some, we thought, very important language that should land in the Parks Master Plan. And I think I'll just read this. It seems the easiest. Is the Albany community will build and support inclusive spaces. Over the next 10 years, Albany's parks and open space will continue to evolve to meet the needs of people of all ages, abilities, genders, cultural, and economic backgrounds. Existing parks and open space will be maintained to meet and respond to the interests of the entire Albany community. Sustainability was a continued something that was very important in the master plan. The Albany community will continue to work towards a sustainable future. Over the next 10 years, Albany will continue to pursue projects and approaches that contribute to ecological health, biodiversity, and climate change mitigation and resiliency. Albany will continue to embrace sustainability as an essential to making great parks and open spaces. And then lastly, Albany's parks and open spaces will function as an integrated system. Over the next 10 years, Albany will continue to provide parks and open spaces that support diverse community and mobility needs. Albany's commitment to integrated parks and open spaces will give rise to system-wide improvements, providing safe, walkable, and bikeable connections, and further enhancing Albany's ecological corridors. Along with in that chapter is we decided that it would be important and critical for each of the parks within the city of Albany to have their own goals that the city would strive for the next 10 years. I won't read these individually, but I'm happy to have any comments on those. We went over these pretty much in depth at the pros meeting. Our chapter 2 is a learn, and as I kind of highlighted earlier, this was our chance as the consultants, despite I consider myself a part Albany resident, although I live in Berkeley, but is to really edify ourselves on all things Berkeley so that we understand who those are that are using our parks, the previous money that has gone into building our parks, and any policies that the city has done that might affect the parks and open space. Our chapter 3 is our workshop phase. As I stated, we had 3 touch points with the city or with the community. These are the this is a workshop recap slide, just showing you a little bit of the numbers and people that we did reach. The one number that I'm kind of interested in is that we had 3,300 unique visitors to our website. Despite being landscape architects and urban designers, we did a little bit of web programming, and I hope you visited it. We had our own website where, to have a completely open-ended of a process, we were posting all of the information that we were presenting at each of the community meetings and other documents on that website. And we held a number of outdoor public stakeholder walk and talks. This is a slide just highlighting the workshops that we held. Workshop summary for number 1 was we had 47 participants and 26 workshop exercise participants, which we broke out into different Zoom groups and had conversations. 2 notes that came out from that meeting, which was very interesting, was that the protection of open space was a very key issue, and park management and park maintenance were 2 key topics that we were takeaways from that meeting, amongst other things. Workshop 2 was held at the July 8th PROS meeting, and we had a very good dialogue. And then lastly, I just want to hit on is that this list on the right, while we didn't meet with every one of these groups, we met with a good portion of them at their specific places that they cared about. So, for instance, I think we met with Friends of the Five Creeks, and we were having a very in-depth dialogue with the Albany Historical Society regarding the monuments. A few images here highlighting our workshop 3 that we held in person at Memorial Park. I think it was a really great success, and despite never having considered how to throw a COVID-safe community meeting, I think it went off very well, and I think we got a lot of great feedback, and it was quite refreshing to actually talk to people in person about the parks. At that meeting, this was the kind of culmination of how we dealt with all of the information that we'd gotten of the previous 2 meetings. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to speak so fast. And what we found very useful from all of these kind of park ideas that we had from the various community was to split those into 4 types. And those were the arts and community, recreation, maintenance, and enhancement. So we found a way to have all of the little projects that people had mentioned into 4 categories. And this is a thread that you'll see that continues through the master plan document. And what we asked people to do was we gave them a list of all of the park ideas that people were soliciting and prioritize those in a way of it's a high priority, it's a priority, or a low priority. At the end of that process, and now moving into the evaluate, is we took all of that information and developed what we called our park catalog, which is the bulk of the master plan document. And that park catalog is broken into several themes and goals, but this is the kind of highlighting page for that. And I've mentioned this before, is that we continue to hear the need for open space protection and park management and maintenance. And then we've also highlighted 8 other themes that were very recurring. Those were the interest in sustainable landscapes, how the city can forge partnerships with community groups and collaborations, safe connections to our parks. This fell a little bit into the active transportation, that we continue to maintain and manage our parks. That urban forestry was a very important topic, and that we should be visionary as we build and design our parks. We should encourage non-traditional park recreation, and that we should support our many community volunteers. Some of those people have spoken even tonight. How to use the park catalog, it is broken up into each park has its own separate page. And as well, we have some items that fit within a park network or a park-wide, system-wide. And those parks, or those specific projects are on that network page. On each individual park page, you will see three kind of categories, which are a feasibility index, the community priority, and the project theme again, which is what I referenced earlier. I will further describe the kind of feasibility index and the community priority, but that is how you see and what you see on these specific project catalog pages. This was a snapshot of that system-wide improvements. Like I said, there were some topics, for instance, sustainable landscapes, not only fit with every park, but there are also places where they were system-wide. They fit on every park. And so we instead of showing them repeatedly at every park, we decided that there are some key themes here that were important to all of the parks, and you can see that list of those here. And this is just, again, a snapshot of the entirety of the project catalog. It does document every park in the system. In Chapter 4, Evaluate is where we took all of that information from the community and assessed a kind of a feasibility index to how we can kind of rate each of these projects. We came up with 5 themes as a way to kind of plug in or to look at each of the kind of project that was identified through the community process. And those 5 criteria were capital costs, design, planning, and permitting, engineering and construction, maintenance and management, and the multi-agency collaboration that would be needed in a way of doing that park. And this would be an example of any of the waterfront projects or creek projects become more complex than, say, working at the top line. We developed a feasibility criteria scoring rubric, and we used those 5 categories: capital costs, planning, engineering, maintenance, and multi-agency collaboration, as a way to give us an ability to look at each of the projects and how easy or hard it would be to realize those projects over the next 10 years. And in this situation, a low score, this is the golfing reference of park categorization is a low score is better. And so we went through with all, I'm going to blank on the number. I feel like it was 60. Dave, how many projects do we have here that we finally ended up with?
The project list was roughly 40.
40 different unique projects that we identified, and we went through and evaluated each of those projects, giving them a feasibility. Then the next task was to kind of organize those throughout a near, mid, and long term. So finding this is moving the levers of which ones are feasible, which ones can we get done, and which ones might take longer, or which ones may take more money or capital improvements costs, and a way of organizing these in a 3 phases of work. This, I would say, is a very flexible list, but it's something that we felt something that the city can accomplish with a couple of meetings with the parks, not only the Parks Department, but Public Works was primarily helping us because this is dependent on staff time and how projects would get built. The 5th chapter, the implement chapter, is where we are now. There's not much to kind of highlight here, but it's understanding how a project does get built through the planning, design, permitting, construction, and maintenance phases of a project. Appendix, the placemaking catalog, one of the tasks that we were given was an inventory. So we've documented all the benches, the signage, the fencing in all of the parks as a way of giving the city the kind of catalog and the understanding of what you have now in the parks. One of our also tasks was to document all of the memorials and plaques and art memorials in the city. We have done that in collaboration with the Historical Society. And then the last thing in the appendix was a kind of a placemaking guidance on how to address these specific issues within and comments from the community regarding sustainable landscapes, support, how we can support community volunteers. And so that placemaking guide gives some verbiage on how we can kind of implement each of those things, but also giving a little bit of direction as projects come online. And that's my last slide. I was supposed to do that in 10 minutes. I hope I accomplished that. And I'm really looking forward to answering any questions you guys may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a quick question, and maybe I didn't hear you say this, regarding the recreational flex courts. Will that be brought back?
Yes.
Okay.
Flex courts, we have, it's, as you can imagine, there's no one size fits all for any particular park. So for flex courts, we did hear a lot of that for, frankly, all of the parks. With regards to, I'll give an example, Peggy Thompson Park, that was a very easy solution. We know where we could put them because there's no, well, the parks have built. We need to really finish that. When it comes to Memorial Park, I'll say, for example, there was no obvious place to where we might put that. And so we actually took it out of the page on Memorial Park and thought that we could have a more fuller discussion as a system-wide. But I think we've gotten some comments, and we're very happy to put the flex courts as a project back to Memorial Park. And I think what that entails is a further discussion, a little of community discussion of where and how we do it exactly in Memorial Park. But I think we fully support doing flexible courts in Memorial Park.
And what about the budget, like the overall? I know you laid out the different criteria and plans. Were there any budget concerns in completing this?
I feel sheepish by saying no, but we have been very considerate with, there's nothing here that the city of Albany can't accomplish. I think it's a valuation of how you want to spend and where you want to spend the dollars that you have for capital improvement projects. In meeting with Isabel and Mark, I feel like we're very judicious with how we identified projects, but that the parks, Public Works felt very confident with this list and being able to accomplish those. So that should give you some comfort there.
And as far as community relations issues, are there any noise considerations as far as during and just overall? Were there any complaints of anything that you can recall when you were doing your analysis?
No, I wouldn't say that we had too many comments regarding noise that I can say offhand, really.
I'll go ahead and see if there's any council members that would like to speak. Councilmember Mason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I guess I'd start off by saying this is an absolutely amazing piece of work for the budget and the time that we had to do it. I am really amazed by the number of people who participated, by the depth of the analysis. I mean, I just see and the policy framework. This is a remarkable piece of work. I do have a lot of questions, probably too many questions and comments for a brief hearing, but I do need to know the process from what, and this is probably more for Isabel than it is for you, Brennan. I don't see any CEQA document contemplated here, but this is titled as a master plan. It's not a study. And I don't think that there is, that there are some pretty environmentally significant measures that we're discussing here. What is the plan with regard to CEQA and what is the process for adoption of the plan?
Well, depending on the level of comments and edits that the council will provide this evening, the plan was for Groundworks to go back and make those edits and bring the master plan back at the next council meeting for adoption. As for CEQA, I see Jeff is nearby, and I would defer to him for an explanation about that.
Good evening, council members. I'll wait till I can come up. Good evening, council members. This is Jeff Bond, Community Development Director. So with respect to CEQA, most of the projects that are identified in the draft master plan are most certainly categorically exempt. Certainly those that are proposed for near-term grants through Proposition 68 is an example. With respect to creeks and waterfront, it can be more challenging, and waterfront in particular does involve significant environmental review for any project that would occur at the waterfront. And so our approach to this has been to, at such time that you want to pursue waterfront and possibly creek projects that involve substantial environmental impacts, that those projects would be evaluated as standalone projects. So at this time, it would be just kind of taking the projects one at a time, and this would be a guidance document to help the city prioritize those projects. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions if you have any.
Usually, well, the phrase master plan gives me pause, because normally when you adopt a master plan, your future plans need to be consistent with it. I think that we might want to consider adopting using a different characterization than master plan. I'm particularly concerned about the reaffirmation of the Albany Hill and Creekside Master Plan, because so much has changed from an environmental perspective since 2012. The wildfire situation, we're living in a very different world as far as wildfire risk than we were 10 years ago. We have the health of the eucalyptus. There's just a lot to that, and I would not feel comfortable readopting such a master plan, that master plan through this one, without a CEQA analysis of the potential impacts. But here I'm getting into comments, and let other people ask questions. As I say, I do have too many. I'll write up some questions and comments for consideration, and just bring up orally the most significant ones tonight. Thank you.
Councilman McQuaid.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and then a few comments. But I do want to echo what Councilmember Nason said. This is truly an amazing piece of work, and it's wonderful to be looking over it. Does the school district still own and manage several blocks of the key route median? And I think if I just ask my 3 or 4 questions and then you can answer them all together, it makes sense. So that's one. If they still own and manage part of the key route median, can our sidewalk tax funds be used to complete the sidewalk both on Carmel and to create a sidewalk on Thousand Oaks, which would kind of put it more into the purview, I guess, of public works transportation rather than parks? I'm not sure it matters, but I was just curious. And then there's a lot of conversation about basketball courts, but they will be coming back to the Memorial Park when Marin School is completed, right? And the smaller kids go back to Marin and the area opens up. So I think those are my 3 questions for right now.
I'm not sure who should answer those. I'll take a stab. I do not recall hearing any information about BUSD or AUSD owning any part of the key route median. We didn't see any information regarding that. In regards to your second comment, the Carmel Avenue, I know that is completing the Carmel Avenue is actually one of the pieces of the Prop 68 grant. We're using some of that money to finish that sidewalk. It might not be Prop 68, but I know that is in the works. In regards to the sidewalk along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, I will punt on that one. I don't know what jurisdiction that would actually be in. And there was another question there that I don't recall. I'm forgetting. I didn't write it down.
About the basketball courts returning to Memorial Park.
Again, because that's AUSD property, we didn't have any interface in that, but our assumption is yes, that they would be returning. I think they're a valued piece of that park.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cox and team. I will third. It's a very nice document, easy to understand, engaging, and a massive amount of work it represents in such fashion. So thank you very much. I appreciate also City Manager Leduc and yourself by extension via the City Manager engaging with me on some aspects of the plan, and I wanted to daylight those to the council for awareness and your confirmation of changes. The inventory page for Albany Hill showed some property as private that my understanding was actually public, and I believe that's being changed. I think you can just confirm that. I just want the council to be aware of these changes considering the document. You nodded yes, so we'll take that as a yes. And then creek maintenance was listed in the implementation, I think it's the implementation chapter in the midterm for both Cerrito and Cordnesis Creek. And my understanding is that those will be changed to particular projects rather than ongoing maintenance. And I don't have that detail at my fingertips, but maybe if you could relay what those are going to be changed to on that table on that page.
Because this was all happening very quickly. I think in a way of explaining that is I think we added those in there kind of in error actually, and that page, the 120, 121, was meant to show CIP projects and as maintenance not a CIP project. Well, I think the intent is that we're going to remove those from that. With the exception, we're going to rename Cordnesis Creek finish or phase 4 of the finalization or completion of phase 4 Cordnesis Creek. I think is how that change will happen. But we will transmit that in a more clear fashion in email for sure.
Mm-hmm. And if I may add, Cerrito Creek Trail is already included as a project in the long-term column.
And so my understanding is that the maintenance of both creeks will be pulled from that under the idea that that's an ongoing activity, not a capital activity. Okay, right. Thank you for confirming that. Mm-hmm. That's all I have on questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I'll open it up for public comment.
Hi, good evening to the council. I always learn a lot from attending these meetings. I also listen to, Peggy McQuaid a lot and people on this council with a lot of lived experience. I did notice Councilmember McQuaid, you did say something that the possibly the key route median is potentially owned or managed by the school district. Wow, that's pretty interesting. So hopefully we could find out what's really going on there. I mean, I know I ate my lunch on the key route median many times underneath the trees. It was a nice picnic area. But the downside of that was, how do you get to the median? You know, I mean, there's no crosswalk mid-block. You got to go to the end of the block, which is fine. And for wrestling practice, I wrestled 40 years, and during practice, we would jog up and down that median, all the way to Solano, all the way down to El Cerrito city limits on key route for hours. We would just jog up and down for hours and hours. So the key route median is definitely utilized by the school district. I mean, it's definitely utilized. So I'm kind of curious what the technical situation is on that. Is it 50-50? You know, who's responsible for the sidewalk then, right? Obviously that's 50-50. But let's say the school district wants to plant a tree. You know, do they have to get approval by the city? If, you know, 50% approval, or does, if the city wants to plant a tree, do they have to have school district for approval? Maybe I misunderstood you, Councilmember McQuaid, on the school district possibly owning 50% of the key route median, but that's a good one. I caught that one. And I'm looking forward to much more of your lived experiences from Albany. Keep up the good work, everybody.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on, you know, the recent discussions with Karina Gould and the Seguritate Land Trust. There was some direction that the Parks and Rec and Open Space Commission to work with Seguritate Land Trust to determine if any land can be rematriated. And I'm hoping that there's no way that this master plan is going to preclude the continuation of that discussion. That's a very important, that is in the forefront of the city planning about parks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, this is Susan Moffett, and I want to say thanks to the consultants and the Parks and Rec Commission for all their work on this. I'm really excited that the Albany Bulb, our largest and most unique park in Albany, is included in the Parks Master Plan for the first time. And I think there's an opportunity to make a much stronger commitment to taking care of the bulb. And I'd like to just point out that the policy statements, which live in the project catalog on page 93, for the bulb are extremely vague. The language is only to study circulation improvements, to study potential opportunity for nonprofit arts and education, to study the possibility of a storage container, and to study the possibility of a storage area for recreational water sports. And what I'd like to request is that the language be changed to be much more positive. So instead of study circulation improvements, that there be a policy adopted of improving access, circulation, and safety by working with the East Bay Regional Park District to ensure access for people of varying physical abilities, to repaving the parking lot, for example. As far as studying opportunities for nonprofit arts and education, I think, we've seen there have been a lot of arts and cultural programming already demonstrated. And what would be great to see would be a commitment by the city to provide these opportunities, because right now none of these are provided by the city. It would be great if the city would make a commitment, whether through collaboration with nonprofits or with city staff, to make these things happen. I would say in the objectives section in page 11, there needs to be a really clear commitment to improving maintenance. The language right now says educate the Albany community on viable maintenance enhancement solutions consistent with the city's jurisdictional authority. It'd be great just to say, hey, improve maintenance. Similarly, the big picture objectives on page 11, it says enhance existing recreational and cultural programming. Since there is no city provided recreational and cultural program, it would be great to say to provide recreational and cultural programming, and it could later be determined how to carry those out. So I would just like to see a little more clarity and commitment to this park. And I think there's an opportunity to do that with some tweaks to the language. But I think it's really important to set that direction and not have the language be only about studying. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea Wood. I am a volunteer for multiple organizations that work within the Albany Bulb and within the city of Albany. And in fact, the Bulb is my family's primary park. And we've lived in Albany for 7 years. I also reviewed the master plan, and I want to honor the work and effort to organize all of the public workshops and to gather input and produce this plan. Brendan and the team did a masterful and expansive job. I'm also really glad, as Susan said, that the bulb was included in this plan. But I agree also that I hope the city council and staff don't spend another decade on studies of the bulb until the next master plan before taking real action in support of this unique urban Bayside park. Most of the proposed projects for the bulb were also labeled as highly or typically feasible according to Groundworks feasibility scoring rubric, excepting the parking lot project, of course. And I would also ask that language reflect recommendations similar to some of the other parks in the master plan as implementation studies or plan development. Just hope that we really see these good ideas through. And I'd also ask the council and staff to approach the multi-jurisdiction nature of the bulb as a challenge and not necessarily a barrier that freezes progress. Multi-agency coordination happens successfully and routinely along our bay and in our cities and across all of the agencies that we rely on. And the bulb is the largest and most frequented park in Albany. And for those who love the bulb, we look forward to specific implementation of these important improvements. So many Albany residents are actively enjoying all that the bulb offers every single day. And we in turn want city resources to be invested in projects that can have a real positive impact on everyone's experience at the bulb. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, Janice.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Nason's comment about Albany Hill. I believe Vice Mayor Jordan also commented about Albany Hill. That's not part of this so-called master plan, is it? And why are we spending money and talking about this new master plan when Albany Hill has such a big problem with the dying trees, not just eucalyptus, the dying trees and the monarch butterflies preservation. So now we're off to another subject. Can you give us an update at every meeting on what's on the progress of the Albany Hill issue? Or is that dropped?
Thank you so much.
or is that dropped completely? Now we're on to a whole new park. I'm done.
Thank you, Janet, for your comment. Right, I'll bring it back. Go ahead and wrap this up. Just final comments from council. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yes. First, I'll kind of touch on what Ms. Lynn mentioned, and this plan does include Albany Hill. And although it's primarily seems to be as an affirmation of the 2012 plan, which I think that there is a need. The next time we take formal action with respect to Albany Hill, we need to do it fully cognizant of what is actually happening on the Hill in terms of particularly of fire danger, but also of ecosystem issues around the forest health problems. So that's one major comment. I also want to echo what Signe Madsen said, that there is going to be discussion of a role for the Segurite Land Trust at Albany Hill. And while that's not yet formulated, I think I'll suggest some language to include that, to make note of that. I have a serious issue with the discussion of the torch, and I will suggest some language on that as well. I think that it does mention the gentleman that the torch honors, but it doesn't say why they are being honored. And I think that we have to be upfront about that. And we need to talk about how to address the torch, which is, to my knowledge, the only overtly racist installation in Albany. The men who are honored on the torch are honored for their work on behalf of an aggressively anti-Chinese organization, and it's problematical to have that in the middle of Albany. And I was a little alarmed to see the cute emoji or whatever it is. There's like a little drawing of the torch and everything. I think that we do need to explain what the torch is and why it is not an appropriate thing to have in the middle of our town, at least without some explanation of the anti-Chinese history there. The other thing is, I think, on the cross and the sightlines, I think that we have a constitutional issue here. And the cross has been found unconstitutional, although we have not been given guidance on how to resolve the cross. But I do think that the provision in the 2012 master plan that calls for maintaining sightline from the bench under the cross is problematical, in that keeping the sightline from the bench also means keeping the view of the cross as dominant on the skyline of Albany. While we are figuring out how to deal with the fact that, that Albany has a municipal cross and maintains it, I think that we should either move the bench or abandon the policy of maintaining its sightline, since that's spending maintenance money on something that has already been found unconstitutional. And finally, with regard to the transition study, it's mentioned in a couple of places, and I think we should illuminate what that was and include something about the decision that we've just made not to pursue the transition at this juncture, so that people understand we have a transition study, but we don't at present have any plan to give up ownership of the Albany bulb. So those are my major comments. I have lots of little minor ones, but those are the key ones. I'll let turn it over to other members. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Yeah, so to run through these on system-wide, there was a comment in one of the workshops to make safe, fun spaces for teen and tween girls, which I thought was a good one. I mean, that was a design area that's emerging that I wasn't aware of. So I'd like to see that elevated into the system-wide page or project list for consideration. There's discussion of parks as including non-traditional spaces, and we actually have examples of those now, so it'd be good to at least mention those somewhere in the plan, or that part of the plan. So for instance, Gill Tract Community Farm, the 2 permanent parklets on Solano, potentially the future mini park on the west side of the 400 block of Adams Street. Could help to illustrate those non-traditional places. That last one being non-traditional, they could be on private property, although publicly accessible. I support the sentiment expressed by attendees to change study to some more committal language more committed to taking action over the 10 years on the ground for the Albany Neck and Bulb. I also would like to see in this plan, a project to look at the parking durations and supply. This is motorist parking durations and supply. Received a complaint some time back about somebody who parked in the parallel spaces on Buchanan, didn't realize it was 2-hour parking, had kids and all sorts of stuff going on, and got a ticket and made a reasonable case that 2 hours is too short a time for a family to park in that location, get out to the waterfront, enjoy it, and get back. So I think there could be some staged increasing duration of parking as you move further away from the waterfront, so that people who are going to spend more time, they'll be parking further away. They'll have the time to walk to the waterfront, enjoy it for that longer time. Albany Hill, there is actually, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen on this. So for Albany Hill and Cerrito Creek, a couple items. One is that there's this easement that runs between Adams and Creekside Park / Northeast Albany Hill along the south bank of Cerrito Creek. I'd like to see that reflected in the plan, just to keep the knowledge of that in institutional memory, front, forward, and alive. There might be an opportunity via that easement to make some connection in the future when the next study of the trail, which seems to have been going on for a long time. I think I first engaged in that in 1998 or so. But I think it's important for this plan to show that in its inventory. Another thought is that the city has it's not an easement, it's city property that is a corridor between the top of Clay Street and Jackson Street. And that potentially could be a stairway, a la Catherine's Walk. And I'm thinking in particular, there's going to be 500 or so new residents, presuming that the project that the council approved, sometimes referred to as the Albany Bowl project, is ultimately constructed. And so to provide those residents more direct access right up into the closest park to them, I think would be beneficial. So I'd like to see a Catherine's Walk type project for that city property, at least listed for consideration in the future. And yeah, I'll go ahead and stop sharing on that. And I'll send these all in writing as well, but I want to get them out there to the council in case any of the council members have different thoughts on any of these. Let's see, the Greenway. The Greenway is named the Albany Greenway. I don't know the history of how that name came to be. I suspect, given when it was named, that there was not adequate consulting with the people it is notionally named for. So I don't know how the Albany people feel about having the name of their tribe used on that feature. So I would like to encourage some consultation around that, since we have open channels of consultation, and be sensitive to whether they appreciate having that feature carry that name or not, and act appropriately. There's the conceptual project plan shows most of the Greenway turf potentially going away, particularly in the northern section, north of Dartmouth, north of Marin. There are sections of turf that are quite used, particularly given the encouragement to eliminate turf and lawns throughout the neighborhoods. So without a usage survey, which I suppose, will be part of doing more programming, I think more turf needs to be maintained in those areas. And so I would encourage you to show some turf, maybe some turf every other block, half a block of turf every other block. A lot of people run their dogs around. A lot of people, go out on the Greenway and play catch with kids and whatnot. That is the turf, since we've, for the most part, gotten rid of lawns out in the neighborhoods. The area south of Dartmouth really functions as a city park because of its size. So I would like to see an item to actually give it a name, so it's a place, and also build a playground there, because it's for those neighborhoods. It's further distance to playgrounds for those neighborhoods. So I think that's a feature that could be highlighted there. And to show access to the Greenway at Garfield, that is in the active transportation plan. I'd like to see that replicated in this plan, because currently there is no access at that location. People do access it regularly from the neighborhood. And I should say that's the neighborhood I live in, but the property owned is 550 feet away. So I wouldn't be saying this otherwise, just put it out front. And finally, I want to second including as a project, completing the sidewalk on the Carmel edge of Memorial Park in this plan, as well as creating an accessible path or sidewalk along the northern edge of Memorial Park. And that, to my knowledge, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, the completion of the sidewalk on the Carmel edge is not currently funded, and it's not currently part of the capital project. But even if it was, I think it's useful to show it in this plan, because it's something that needs to be done. And if we're already going to do it, we might as well have it in the plan, so that's an easy win. And those are my comments, and as I say, I will send those along as well in writing. Thank you.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Just had a couple brief things. I am appreciative of all the other council members for getting into this, as there's a lot of detail, and parks isn't where I spend a ton of time in my council job, but I know it's where a lot of others on this council do, so I'm appreciative for their expertise and their detailed eye. I just wanted to echo something that was said earlier. I received communication about this, that the memorial flex courts should be in consideration. Brennan, thank you for voicing that earlier, that you guys are very happy to put that in, that it was just taken out. But I think that probably belongs in here, as Memorial Field, from my knowledge, is where this is mostly talked about, of having these flexible courts, and where we also have the most courts right now that seem like they could be made flexible. And then just to echo we had some public commenters about the bulb, and I'm curious if Brendan or anyone else can say a little bit about why those are studies, and if the feasibility score that those get is based on them being studies, or based on the projects that they would be studying, because that sort of changes the calculus we're looking at, because it would be great seeing as we've got so many things in here that some of them will take a short amount of time, some of them will involve studying, some of them won't. And having those in here as actual goals seems pretty reasonable to me. But I'd love to hear more about the thinking there.
Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. Again, I just want to extend my appreciation to Groundworks and to all the public that came and participated online, and also the staff that worked really hard on this project. I especially appreciated the comment in the staff report focusing on collaborating with the Ohlone tribe on a project on Albany Hill. I think this is a great example of how we can partner together. We happen to be at, and I'm sure I'm going to say this wrong, please forgive me, at Oakway Park in Richmond. And I think it's a wonderful model of a park that is clearly reflective of the Ohlone people and also benefits the entire community. And I'd certainly like to see us focusing on that type of little parklet or park area on the hill. I think that would really benefit Albany. I think that's it for me for now.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything else? The staff have what they need?
I just
Are we
want
gonna
to put in a word for relaying the rematriation effort in this plan. I don't recall seeing it in there. Maybe it's in there. As Councilmember Quaid mentioned, it's mentioned in the staff report, but I think it'd be important to actually have recorded in the plan. Oh, thank you to the attendee that brought that up.
All right, are we going to approve this plan? Do I have a motion to?
No, they're going to bring it back.
All right, so good. Thank you so much, staff. Thank you. Mr. Cross, you have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to line item number 11, which is new business, the request for sponsorship for Winter Solano Stroll. Go ahead and get a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. As presented in the staff report, the Solano Avenue Association is doing a different version of the Solano Stroll. They've adjusted and have had a fabulous event recently, which was kind of a smaller version of the stroll that really reflected on the local businesses and was very well attended and supported. So this staff report offers the council the decision as to whether or not to provide a financial contribution to the upcoming planned winter stroll event. And I will defer over to the Solano Avenue Association, Alan Kane, or Jennifer Hansen Romero to speak more to the matter.
Hi there. Thank you for the, I'm imagining I'm being heard out there. A thumbs up from anyone. Awesome. Thank you for the consideration this evening. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for hearing the item. Basically, we have changed the way that we operate the plane, so to speak, on the street, and have pivoted to an event format that does not involve outside vendors. It is mostly held on private property at individual businesses. As of this date, we have 60 businesses that are participating at this event. There's approximately 200 frontline businesses on the street. So that's a pretty good number, and we expect to have more involved later on as we get closer to the event, which is actually this Saturday, the 11th. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the new format of the businesses, the new format of these events, what our long-term vision is, etc.
Do you want to ask Alan questions, or should I speak as well?
If you want to go ahead and speak, Jennifer, that's fine.
Okay, great. So, Jennifer Hanson Romero, I'm a third generation resident, business owner, and volunteer president of the Solano Avenue Association. And on behalf of our businesses in our community, the Solano Avenue Association has been around for 47 plus years, bringing our community not just the Solano Avenue Stroll, also known as the oldest and largest street festival in the San Francisco Bay Area per well-known websites, but also the Lunar New Year celebration, Halloween on Solano, the Art and Wine Walk, Santa on Solano, the holiday decor that you see up now, as well as soon to see some additional lighting features. But we also would like to provide our latest endeavor, the Winter Stroll. All of these programs are designed to support and engage our businesses and our community, as well as our neighboring visitors. Due to the pandemic, we have been unable to access funds we typically utilize to host these events and have been working on exhausted funds. We are hoping for our city's support to help allocate funds to continue to provide these events for our community, as well as to benefit all of our businesses to keep them here. We truly appreciate the City Council and city staff for all of their help and support, and look forward to additional support moving forward for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and open up for council questions. Are there any questions? Vice Mayor Joy.
Thank you for coming and presenting to us, President and Executive Director. The mention of 60 businesses that are participating in the upcoming event, how does that compare, given that this is we're using the same format as events that have previously been held? Are you seeing sort of increasing interest and engagement based on success, or fairly level, same businesses repeating? And I see that they've been sent back down to audience, so I don't know if the city clerk could bring them back up as panelists so they can answer that question.
Good question. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. So we have increased the number from previous events in two different ladders. One are existing businesses that are participating. In fact, this is the first ever event that we've done on a Saturday. Usually we use Sunday because the parking is not timed. It's a lot of reasons why we use Sunday, and I won't get into now, but for the first time ever, we've used a Saturday. So we've collected even more businesses by meeting the needs of, or at least some of the verbal requests of some of the businesses. But more importantly, we've had a lot of new businesses open. You know, Solano Avenue did not just weather the pandemic. It's coming out better than ever. The vacancy rate's the lowest it's ever been. I know there are some taped up windows right now, but none of those taped up windows, well, two of them, do have available phone numbers in them, but the rest of them have businesses coming. And so the optics right now is that Solano Avenue has a lot of vacancies, when in fact, it's got a lot of new businesses, and in fact, some really high profile, high traffic businesses. As an example, the Humane Society Thrift Shop, which is just, wow. So yeah, we continue to grow the list. And the other third ladder is that it's free. These events have been free to the businesses who participate, whether they're members of the association or not. It was irrelevant in our July event. It was irrelevant in our September event. And it's irrelevant here in this quarter's event. Now, Albany Subaru covered the costs of our September event. The baseline cost in these events is $7,000 to $8,000, just in terms of, portable facilities and graphic artists and volunteer appreciation and all the various things that go into the mechanics of the event, which we've listed on that document. But so these have been free, and like Jennifer said, we're spending money as if it's not important to us. Frank, is kind of how I've been putting it, and hoping for the best. And I'm not sure that's the right business plan. I suspect in the future more businesses will participate, and eventually someone's going to have to pay for that participation, and I guess it's going to be the businesses. I don't fear that more businesses in the future will participate in these events. I fear that the public will stop coming to them. There's always a danger when you do quarterly events, and they have to be special. I mean, every time we invite a bunch of people out to the street, it's really up to the businesses on Solano Avenue to make it interesting, because otherwise it's just Solano Avenue every day, right? So the big difference between having an event where you have outside vendors and rides and attractions, and to make it interesting, without those things, it's called Solano every day. And so we're trying to encourage the businesses on Solano to make it interesting for the public, make it different for the public each time they come out, et cetera, because it's really up to them. We are stocking the pond, so to speak, and what they decide to fish with, fish for, what bait they use that day, et cetera, is up to them. But ultimately, we're hopeful that they keep it interesting, because without the businesses making it interesting, the public will stop coming.
Thank you for a thorough and also exciting answer.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I see that Jennifer still has her hand up. Maybe she should go before me. Then again, maybe not.
Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Oh, all right. I just wanted to make sure, just to add on to what Alan mentioned, is that another basically, because of what he's saying, is that the additional funds that we can collect can create more excitement for these events. We're basically tied to certain budgets, and the larger the budget that we have, the more interesting the excitement we can grow and hire possibly more entertainers, more musicians, more local community varieties of things that will engage our businesses and our community efforts. So nothing's for free, unfortunately. So the more funds that we can gain, the better of interest we can also give to our businesses in our community to help reach those.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I think this is a good model. I think you're on the right track, and I'm happy to support it. I do have a question though. If at the end of the day, if we could get at least a ballpark figure of the amount of staff time and the cost of staff time, and as you so eloquently said, Alan, nothing's for free. And it would just be interesting to me to see how much, besides the money, the cash money, how much we put in kind, if you will.
So we have an arrangement with the Berkeley Business Improvement District that we charge them for these events. And one of the things that we charge them for is a third of our time. We bill them at $60 an hour, so basically $1 a minute. And we would give them, in theory, we would charge them a third of the $60 an hour. So we consider our administrative cost at being $60 an hour. And on average, these are 100-hour events, so $6,000 to $7,000. Jennifer has spent many hours. You know, a lot of the people that are listed on the website, if you just Google, Winter Stroll, and it comes up, and you go to the program on the website and see all those businesses, a vast majority of those businesses are participating because they've been called. It is like herding cats. And if you can imagine sitting down for 3 days, hey, it's Alan from the Solano Avenue Association. Do you have a customer at the counter? Yes, let me call you back. Boom, just working on that one business after they've got a customer at the counter, or they're done with their lunch hour, or whatever the case is. It takes hours just to get the businesses involved. And then comes the question of, what do we do that day? That's a very good question. Let's talk about what you'd like to do that day. And so you can spend 2 or 3 hours just talking to one business in terms of the aggregated time of going back and forth of, oh, hey, I finally got the face painter. Great. What time are they going to be there? Great. I'm going to add that time to the schedule. All of that I'm describing is just getting the businesses on Solano involved. couple that with, working with bands who are unsure of what this format of this event is. We had a couple of a band cancel because they literally thought it was the regular Stroll, which is the danger of, having the word Stroll in the name. And so they thought we were closing the street, and it was great that the cities are doing this again, and it's unbelievable. And I'm like, whoa. Wait, what are you envisioning that this event's going to be? So we're running into a lot of little things. A lot of it's educational. I think once a lot of the businesses understand what's happening, when I go back to the plane reference, we'll be a little bit more on autopilot. But for now, these are 100-hour events. These are 100 hours that we bill for, and that does not cover the vast amount of time that's done behind the scenes, like with volunteers like Jennifer, calling businesses, contacting bands, contacting face painters, et cetera, et cetera. And that's, 100 hours is actually pretty good in the larger scheme of things, because we do events all the time. So
I'm sorry, Ellen, I don't think my question was very clear, obviously. But that was good information. What I'm more curious about is, from the city's perspective, how much if anything, do we spend in perhaps public works or maintenance or public safety, or are those things? And I don't need an answer right now, but it's just something I think we should be aware of.
For these events, it's my understanding $0. So the extra police patrols that are provided are courtesy of the city. So since we're not billed for them, we have no idea what they would cost. And the maintenance department always has somebody on call for that particular day. And instead of them being on call and being paid to stay at home, they're just paid to come to Solano Avenue and check some of the trash cans. And so the impact of this is virtually nothing compared to an average Solano stroll for sure. And in terms of trash pickup, I mean, we have volunteers that are emptying the trash cans, because if you leave them full or overflowing on a Saturday or Sunday, by the time Monday rolls around, you just can't let that happen overnight. So it's my understanding $0. It's already people power that exists for that day.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in here. I do know, Nicole, you I believe have some of the hours that we've sent to you, basically some of the anticipated costs on the association side. But I do know that the city has supported and helped us with some of the public works support and events. Yes, we have viewed this in the past as not really being charged to us because it's city supported. It's to help our businesses, it's to help our community, and therefore the city has provided some of the services that we've gotten in the past, just as well as the city of Berkeley has done in the past as well. So I'm not sure how to quantify or put a dollar amount to those, because we've never been charged those services. To say what Alan said in the past is that we don't know what those dollar amounts add to, because they are supported services from both cities in the past, just without $0.
Councilmember Nason?
Are we ready for a motion?
If we don't have public.
Oh, we didn't do public comment yet. You're right. I was thinking of
public comments. All right, no public comments. Before you make that motion, I need to recuse myself from this vote. You can go ahead and make your motion.
I will move approval of a $2,000 contribution to the winter stroll.
I'll second that.
Oh. Can I get a roll call, please?
Before we do that, could we clarify what funds we're doing that with, and also is our item tonight approving it or directing it to be drafted? Nicole, if you could give me some clarification there. Thank you.
Sure. As it's written, the intent was to use the Rescue Act funds because the event helps encourage folks back to our business district, if you will, Solano Avenue. And so it is a good use of those funds, and we've confirmed that it is applicable per the rules. So that would be the recommendation in terms of funding source. And based on a minute action motion this evening, if approved, that would be the allocation of that funding.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were all good with that source of funding.
Can I get a roll call, please?
I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay.
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
And Mayor Gary. Recused. The motion carries.
All right, thank you, Alan and Jennifer, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
We'll move down to line under 11.2, which is updating the City of Albany green building requirements. We'll get a report from the staff.
Hello, council members. I am going to give a presentation on this item. Can everyone hear me and see my screen okay?
You can. Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
Great. So this is an update to the current green building requirements. Just for a little bit of background, the City of Albany has its own green building requirements that are based on Cal Green. Cal Green is the state green building code. It has a whole range of mandatory requirements for all buildings. And then it also has a set of voluntary kind of, over and beyond measures that cities can adopt as requirements. So a whole proposal package of measures that the Climate Action Committee thought were the most fitting and effective for the City of Albany was developed by a Climate Action Committee subcommittee in 2020 and then recommended in September of 2020. And that was adopted by the council in January of this year as Resolution 2020-127. So that's the current green building measures that we have in place now. They were approved by the California Energy Commission in May, and they're currently in effect. In November, staff brought a recommended update to those green building measures to the Climate Action Committee, and that was recommended for council to adopt. And that is now resolution or proposed resolution 2021-118, and that's what I'll be explaining tonight. So the main difference with this new resolution is that it's adding new energy efficiency requirements. So right now, the energy efficiency requirements apply to new low-rise residential, office, and retail buildings. And they're designed to incentivize electrification. And so the way they do that is that there are stricter requirements for mixed fuel buildings, which makes it easier and cheaper to build all electric, which is part of our CAP and other city goals. However, these energy efficiency requirements don't apply to mid-rise or high-rise buildings. And that's because the legal limits that would allow us to do that had not yet been set when this package was being developed. So I'll explain a little bit more about what those legal limits are in the next slide here. And it really comes down to this term compliance margin. Compliance margin is the metric that is used to determine the energy efficiency of a building. And it's measured in percentages. 0% is equivalent to the state requirements. That's sort of the baseline. And 100% would be zero net energy. That's as good as you can get. So each percentage is basically how much better a building is than the state requirement. So a 10% compliance margin would mean that the building is 10% more efficient than it has to be. So every building will have a compliance margin, just depending on the specifics of how it's made. And cities can actually require new buildings to hit certain compliance margins. They might require a 10% compliance margin for certain buildings. And that's actually what we have for certain building types like office and retail right now. Now, there are limits to how high of a compliance margin a city can require, and that's limited by something called cost effectiveness. And that's determined by the California Energy Commission. It basically means that the cost of making the building more efficient has to pay itself off in reduced utility bills over 30 years. And there are really detailed studies and analyses that go into determining exactly what compliance margin is legally allowable for different building types and different climate zones. And those kind of set the limits that cities follow and that the California Energy Commission will approve. So with all that said, at the time that we were originally developing the green building resolution we have now, those studies hadn't been developed for mid and high-rise buildings, and we didn't have any sense of how high of a compliance margin would be legal. They have now been published, though, and we know that for new mixed fuel mid-rise and high-rise buildings, the city can require a 6.7% compliance margin. So that would be 6.7% more efficient than the kind of state minimum level. And that results basically in about 6.7% reduction in emissions. They're pretty equivalent. In terms of cost, it's about $150 more per unit than just the state normal level. That can obviously vary a lot depending on the specifics of the building, but that's the average that came out in the cost effectiveness study. So this is really the main change to the proposed resolution 2021-118 we have here, is that it includes the 6.7% compliance margin for those mid and high-rise mixed fuel buildings. The reasoning behind it, much like with our other energy efficiency requirements we already have, is again to make the buildings more efficient and also to create an incentive to electrify. Obviously, it's not a huge cost that would be added here, but it is some cost that would be an incentive. And it's also just a logistical incentive. If a building chose to go electric, they wouldn't have to worry about exactly what compliance margin they're hitting. And this would apply to the 3 upcoming mid-rise buildings that are being planned in the city right now. The process for getting this approved and in effect, especially if we were able to get it passed tonight or in the next few meetings, would come before those buildings go for their planning application. So that was the main change that we see in this new resolution. There's one more that's kind of a minor one that has to do with multifamily outdoor lighting. So right now there's a requirement for multifamily buildings to reduce the brightness of outdoor lighting. And this is really kind of a minor measure that's meant to help in light pollution. And our resolution right now actually refers to the Cal Green Code section directly, and that section was deleted in the most recent Cal Green amendment. So now our current resolution isn't referring to any actual code. So that section was just omitted from this proposed resolution 2021-118. So those are the 2 major changes: the addition of mid and high-rise energy efficiency requirements and cutting out the outdoor lighting requirement. And staff's recommendation is to adopt resolution 2021-118. If adopted, staff will then submit it to the California Energy Commission for approval. And once approved, it will supersede the current green building resolution. So it'll contain all of the things from the previous one with those 2 changes, and then will be in effect. Up until it's approved by the Energy Commission, the current resolution will stay in effect. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Michelle. Go ahead and open it up for council for questions. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Very clear, succinct presentation. Appreciate it. I can't recall if there's any compliance margin against which this, well, 6.7 and 4 low-rise buildings, which has already been adopted, is an adder to, or is an all-electric building just required to be at the statewide, meet the statewide requirements?
Yeah, so our recommendation is that the all-electric mid-rise and high-rise would stay at the state required level. Technically, I think it would be illegal to require a 0.1 compliance margin. It would be incredibly minor and not really worth much. So yeah, we just left that one out for all electric.
And while you're here, and off this topic, but something that's on my mind is or a bit off this topic. Can Albany adopt an EDR margin for major remodels? So we've adopted that already for, single residences and low-rise buildings, or single residences, I think is the EDR applies to. If there's any precedent or ability.
As far as I'm aware, the way the EDR would work for major remodels would be that it only applies to new rooms within the dwelling, not to rooms that are maybe being remodeled but currently exist. I don't know all the details about that, and I imagine it might shift as we move into the new building code cycle, but I can keep an eye on that.
And so in that case, a new room that's, say a bathroom that has water heating, a new bathroom that's going to have hot water supplied to it, that's a building-wide system. So kind of nebulous what would happen in that case.
Yeah, I remember looking at it a little bit and it being a bit nebulous, but I could look more.
Okay, so we'll wait for the policy tools on that one, maybe. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll open it up for public comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Nick Pilch. Apologies if I missed this, but I don't think this went by the Planning and Zoning Commission at all. And it seems like it could have, and as far as I can understand, I just caught up on this quickly, having watching the meeting, but this would affect the cost of building in Albany, and therefore I would think it should go by planning and zoning. It could have gone to our Wednesday meeting, which has been canceled, but it could have been, we could have had that meeting with this item on it. So if it's not time sensitive, and then I would ask that it go by the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. If I'm understanding this item correctly, again, apologies if I'm getting this wrong, but I prefer, and as a Planning and Zoning Commissioner, speaking as myself, that this come by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Yes, this is Brian Martin, resident. And I was wondering about the outdoor lighting portion. I think there should be something in the books to reduce light pollution. And so a question I have is there something on the books, if this is taken out, that the state or the city has somewhere else saying that light pollution should be minimized? Is there a way to say, not so much with brightness, but maybe that there can be no light directed upwards, only downwards or something? I would like to be illuminated on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council for any last minute discussion. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was wondering if staff could answer the question about this item not having gone through or come to the council through planning and zoning. I think I have an understanding of why that would be the case, but since it was raised, and if there's any thoughts on other policy pathways to light pollution mitigation. need? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. No, this did not go through the Planning and Zoning Commission. We only brought it to the Climate Action Committee. We did bring the previous resolution to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I think some of our thought was, because this is a relatively minor change and is in line with the overall goal of the previous resolution, and especially in terms of electrification, we thought it would be, reasonable to just move it along more quickly. But if the council would like us to go back and take it to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we definitely could. In terms of light pollution, I don't know exactly what, but I believe there are already some light pollution requirements in just the statewide Cal Green Code. And this requirement was sort of above and beyond that. But I don't know the specifics of exactly what those are.
Thank you very much. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but in engaging on the issue of what goes through planning and zoning and what doesn't in the past, what I recall learning is the mechanical systems are not the purview of planning and zoning. And since this regards this proposed update specifically regards mechanical systems, it's not to say it couldn't go through there, but it's not really necessarily in its domain. It's in the Climate Action Committee's domain. So why don't I go ahead and make a motion?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Let's see. I will move resolution 2021-118.
Second.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion carried.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, staff, for your report. All right, we'll move down to line on item number 11.3 is request for community task force on policing, requesting an extension for 3 months. I believe that member Tom Newton is here. We can bring him up, please.
Tom, if you could accept the invite to promote you up.
All right, Tom, you're on mute.
If you're calling it on a phone, *6, I believe, is the way to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Well, I think we need more time to complete our work, simply put. We have worked hard and not completed it. I think if this was a task force looking at public works, for example, maybe we'd be wrapped up by now. But we can use the time to better sort out facts from and figures from other departments similar to ours. And I think it's within the assignment that, we can have another 3 months So that's what we'd like. We submitted our request to the council. I don't have it here in front of me.
That's fine right there. So the request is just simply 3 months extension, council member representative. I see that was changed. I didn't change that. And the police chief and financial director for consideration. I'll open it up for council to discuss. Go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I'm wondering how essential, what would be the purpose of the financial director's participation? I'm concerned because we are, I know that she is deep in the process of completing the comprehensive annual financial report, and we're going to need some accounting of the Measure M tax proceeds, and there are a variety of things that are really kind of mission critical for that department right now. So I'd like to know why would she need to be there?
So I believe the task force in the meeting, the budget subcommittee was basically stating, and the task force, that staff be available in case there's questions to discuss. I think when things are being brought to the task force meeting, oftentimes either it's misstated or the information is not clear to the other members. So therefore, by allowing staff members to be available if there's questions or at least clarification needed on certain things, that they are readily available to address those concerns as far as the task members are concerned. So it's not saying that they have to be at every meeting, but if there's a specific meeting on budget, like it was the last task meeting, when there's additional questions needed to be asked, no one was able to answer that. There was an amount of money found, no one had that answer. So had that availability, that staff person been available, she would have brought clarity to that concern. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I have several questions. And I guess my main question is, what I was expecting to see was at least a draft of the final report. And I don't see that anywhere. So I'm not quite sure what you're working on or why you need more time. It's from what we've been given, that's just not really clear to me. And maybe if you could answer that, that would answer some of my other questions.
Tom, if you want to go ahead and answer. So he's not available. So we still have the reimagining portion and we have the budgeting portion. The budget was supposed to be on the agenda, but apparently there's some amendments and it didn't make it. So those were supposed to be considered this evening. Hopefully next council meeting, they will be available. And then you have the reimagining portion. Those two are the final pieces in order to conclude this task force.
I also noticed that the Albany Policing Commission, as the council approved, is now called the Public Safety Accountability Commission. And I'm curious as to when that change took place and what that is.
I'm confused about that too. I didn't know that existed. I just think it's a mistake in terminology, but.
That's all. It was just an error.
Okay. It also in the sustainability section, and I would just like to comment that when I look at any report, staff report or commission report, and it says sustainability, I think of environmental sustainability because that's the way that we've tended to use that phrase. And I understand sustainability is broader than that, but it is confusing when most people are using it in the environmental sense and then it comes a different way. So I get kind of confused. But it does seem in there that there's a desire to change the commission that, as I've said, the council already approved, with phrases like opportunity to make adjustments, establish a balance within the oversight committee. Can you maybe explain what all that means and how that relates to, if you're doing reimagining, how that all ties together?
No, if the other committee member was here, subcommittee member was here, Yvette, I think maybe she could do a better job of that than I, but she isn't. So I can't, no.
And then I guess at this point, my last question is, and I think, Mayor, you kind of referred to this, that I'm not quite sure where the idea of having you continue comes from. It doesn't seem like that actually came from the commission, from the task force, that it came somewhere else. And I'm just curious what the process is here.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
It mentions having the current mayor continue on the task force.
So it has, that's correct.
And I'm curious where that came from.
From the task force subcommittee.
Okay, because that wasn't mentioned in your last meeting. That's why I was just wondering when it came up.
So what would be the alternative? If I've already been on the task force, what would be the alternative?
Well, it's the mayor who has the seat, and I think the mayor, whoever the mayor is, the next time would either designate you or designate someone else or do it themselves. So I don't think it's up to the council to do that piece. I think that's up to whoever the mayor is to determine that.
Well, we're going to have a decision on a new mayor soon? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the process.
That's correct.
Well, I mean, the idea of the committee was to keep all of us together for another 3 months, plugging away at whatever it is we do. I don't see a problem with the mayor continuing on the task force. It would only be for 3 months if we get it, the extension.
That's all my questions for right now.
If I might add one more thing. When the subcommittee decided that we would ask for the extension, I didn't think anything about it. I mean, I figured it'd be a cinch. I mean, we're not costing any money. We're seriously working on an issue that we all want. I don't know if resolved is the right word, but we all want to discuss. And I thought asking for 3 months, no big deal. And I'm sorry for my lack of detail about what we're going to be doing for 3 months. That'll be 3 meetings. Anyway, that's all.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so just from the conversation, what I understand, and please correct this if this is wrong, is that the body is working and or has drafted 2 products to be sent to the council. One regards the budget, which sounds like it's been drafted and it's just waiting to get onto the agenda. The other one is a report on reimagining policing. And so if that understanding is correct, then does that suggest that the 3 months would be focused on the reimagining policing report, finalizing the research and drafting of that report?
That's correct. And the budgeting. So the task force did not want to present anything unless they had the approval from city council. And that makes sense. Why have people do the work if we're not going to be approved? They were not finished with the work. We're not finished with the work. There's still additional amendments that need to be made. So the request here today is asking simply for a 3 months extension so we can get that report to city council for review.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the context more. So I think I heard you say that the budget, the report on budget is has been completed and could have been on the council agenda or is ready to go on a council agenda. Is that correct?
The last task force meeting last month, and based on the amendments, we approved it. We had a motion to approve it that had to be presented on the agenda.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you for answering that.
All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment at this time. I'll bring it back to the council.
You've got a question from Councilmember Tiedemann.
I didn't see his hand. It wasn't up. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
No worries. I just wanted to clarify on our question about the work. I talked to one of the members of the committee recently, and they mentioned that, because they brought some of the work product because they weren't sure if they were going to get an extension. So while it has been presented, it is not necessarily, near its final form enough to have been on our agenda. It was more of, well, we should present something, seeing as this may be, one of our last meetings. Or at least that's my understanding. So there's still a, body of work to be done.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Go ahead and open it up for public comment. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Signe Maxon again. I do want to encourage you to give the 3-month extension. This is such a terribly crucial issue right now nationally. And for us to play our part in the changes that need to be made in a system that was founded on racist principles, and we're trying to move away from our racist practices. I encourage you to give the 3-month extension and let this task force complete its work and present documents to you for your approval. So please do the extension. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Good evening. I'd urge you to approve the extension. You have opted to demonstrate to the community about transparency. This is your obligation to complete what has already been started. It's needed, and it would verify and answer any questions on how your community is perceived moving forward. Time-wise, these are volunteer people, and time-wise and in-depth-wise, they need the support of the staff who needs to be readily available. Someone mentioned about priority. Priority is whatever is really necessary to improve the community at the beneficiary of the residents. That's important. That's a priority, and this is a priority. So the 2 items that were mentioned, or 3, or whatever the items were, I believe moving forward, and for the sake of transparency and for the sake of integrity, which Albany seems to want to put in their mission statement about their quaint little town, or that in itself should allow you to approve any extension that's needed. And that's with any department extensions that will be going forward now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. I just wanted to say, repeat something the last person said, one thing. These are citizen volunteers that all applied for this commission or this task force, got on the task force, and they're asking for more time to do their work. I mean, the fact that they've gotten so much done speaks incredibly. If any of you have heard their meetings and seen the amount of work that they do in between meetings, it's a lot. So please honor these citizen volunteers and give them the 3 months they're requesting for the extension. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead and bring it back to council for last final comments and a vote. Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think this is an easy one that the task force has more to do, that they've obviously been doing it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the product. I think my only question got answered early on of, it was unclear whether we wanted financial department staff at every meeting. It sounds like it's more a request that, when something's material, that they be there to answer questions about that, which makes complete sense. We obviously want this and all of our other committees like this to be a success and provide them with the resources they need while balancing staff time concerns. So I'm ready to make a motion whenever we're ready to do that.
Are there any more questions from council? Mayor, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and bringing in or articulating in what Councilmember Nason brought forward regarding financial department staff. It might be helpful if they were not requested to attend until the January meeting or thereafter, given that they are in a heavy work period right now on the CAFR. So just a suggestion.
All right. Councilmember Quaid.
Yeah, I have a process question. I believe that they meet the third Tuesday of the month. Does that mean they will start again in January, as the third Tuesday is sort of the holiday week?
If that's what the council wants.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear what you said.
If that's what the council is recommending.
I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, but I don't know.
We'll have to get a consensus. Do everybody agree to that?
I think if the body is wanting to meet, that is Tuesday the 21st. So to my knowledge, most businesses, including the city, are in operation at that time. So unless the task force itself decides that it doesn't want to meet or can't meet due to lack of quorum, I would prefer that it take the opportunity to keep going.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would be possible for the committee on the financial piece to, if they have financial questions, to write those down, and email them to the finance director and let her respond to them via email, and not have to sit through meetings that may not be in which, where she doesn't know in advance if her presence is needed. And at a time when her presence on the CAFR and answering questions that the council has that have been deferred so the CAFR can get done, take priority, are not unnecessarily impeded by having her sit at meetings at which she is unlikely to really be required.
Vice Mayor Jordan? Your hand up?
Well, yeah, it was up, but actually I'm going to defer to Councilmember Tiedemann since I've spoken more often.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I feel like we may be chewing the weeds here of, I think it would be perfectly acceptable to pass this with the idea that when there's a agenda item that substantially deals with the budget, that the finance director should probably be there, because that makes the most sense, and that's when this is going to be substantively discussed. It seems like the subcommittee has more work to do, so it probably won't be at every meeting that happens in between now and the end. And in the meantime, written comments and questions I think are always good. And as long as there's a reasonable expectation of staff isn't going to respond instantly, I think that's all well and good. But I think with the general direction of just, if there's a substantive thing like the report on what is recommended about the budget, that finance staff be there to participate in that discussion.
Looks like Mr. Newton has his hand up, so if you can bring him back up, or at least so he can finalize this.
He is allowed to speak, so he just has to unmute.
Go ahead, Mr. Newton.
All right. If what the finance director has to do in January is so important, you give us another month and do it for 4 months or something, and we'll be happy. But I think we're sort of getting short shrift if we don't have access to the financial information, and we're dealing with the budget and the city's most expensive department. So, sure, we can write questions that we have, and maybe that will be enough. That's all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I think maybe what I said was misconstrued. It was a suggestion not to require or want the finance director to be at the December meeting. At which point, after that, this comprehensive annual financial report should be done. So I wasn't saying don't have her there at the January meeting. Just as a matter of the body, as a suggestion for the body to get the most out of the exchange. If it goes ahead of the December meeting, it might be useful to formulate questions that the finance director can react to in writing, and then attend the January meeting to actually engage in the follow-up conversation. I find that's an efficient way to proceed. But that's just a suggestion.
All right. May I ask a question of Councilmember Tiedemann? Because I don't entirely understand the recommendation here. Are you moving you're moving that they get 3 more months or 3 more meetings? I guess that would be one question. And the other question is, as far as their recommendation that that police and fire attend, or police and finance attend the meeting, and the recommendation that the council, rather than the mayor, make the decision about who represents the council. Are you making a motion on all those points, or just that the committee be the task force have more time, and if so, how much?
Sure. I'd love to make a motion on all of those points. I have not yet. My idea would be that we extend the task force for 3 months. If they decide not to have a December meeting because it is in the middle of, or right next to the holidays, then I don't think that should count against their 3 months. And on the subject of staff, I think the recommendation would be that finance staff attend as is substantively required, which seems to be the request. And then on the representative of the council there, I think for a 3-month more period, considering this has been going on, it makes sense to not change horses in the middle of a race, and allow Mayor Gary to finish this. As if anyone else tried to do it, they'd spend all their time just figuring out how it would be done, and what the heck to do. And I'm seeing a nod of approval from the current vice mayor, who will be the future mayor by our current rules, which sort of indicates that this is a little bit of a moot point if the appointing authority is with the mayor currently. I also see that our city manager has her hand up, so I'd love to hear any clarification she wants to offer.
Councilmember Tiedemann, did you just call me a horse? Anyway, city manager, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Tiedemann. I just wanted to add that, of course, staff can be available, and I appreciate, you know, the ongoing concern for capacity, and we will have to make sure that, you know, we manage the workload and can be accountable to the group. In addition to what is, you know, the public forum of these meetings, what we have done up until this point, and we will continue to try and do, is meet with the subcommittees directly, because that helps, you know, it's a little less formal, and it could help our finance director dig into some spreadsheets and data collectively with that subset group, because a lot of times if questions are asked, you know, at a larger public meeting, the answer may be, I'll need to go research that. So hearing the, you know, the request of having questions beforehand, or ideally having that smaller group meeting, which, you know, can certainly be repeated back to the larger group, I think that may be a helpful and effective use of time overall.
That makes a lot of sense.
All right, can I get a motion? Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
So I would move that we extend the Community Task Force on Policing by 3 months, accepting that if they choose to cancel their December meeting due to the holidays, that not affect that time period, directing police staff to make themselves available and finance staff to make themselves available as substantively required, and obviously for subcommittee meetings, and keeping Mayor Gary as the council's representative on that body.
To allay potential confusion, would you accept an amendment to extend the body to March 31st?
Yes, let's
that
do
way
that.
The body can do whatever it does within that
Sounds
period.
perfect.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Can I ask a question now?
Vice Mayor Jordan, did you second that motion?
Yes, I'm seconding. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question then?
Okay.
So basically, Vice Mayor, you're giving them 4 months. Is that correct?
Well, I believe the way the resolution that embodied the task force is framed is that they would operate until December 31st of this year with an option to extend for 3 months. So I'm basically following the resolution as laid out, which would envision a 3-month extension to March 31st. I mean, it's coming to us now, but it can't come to us on December 31st. So I'm taking that as the intention of the body, and I think given the work of the body that it's done and that it has to do, it's reasonable to take the request in that fashion.
Well, I'm sorry, but I have to make my point. I believe they had a 6, wasn't it? They had a 6 month, but we didn't have August, so that actually made it 7 months. But if they have December and then they have January, February, March, we're actually giving them 4 months, which is not what the original resolution said.
Okay, well, let me go look at the resolution. Refresh my memory. Thank you.
Why don't we do 3 meetings?
Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead and pull it up so we can review it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll show it once I get there, but I need people to see see my meandering mouse skills. Let's see here.
Vice Mayor Jordan, I think Anne has already pulled it up on her screen.
There we go. Go Anne. Thank you. Okay. So thank you, Councilman McQuaid. So I don't know, I guess the first meeting of the body, I can't remember if it was June or July. I can go search on that and find that out. Here. I don't know if anybody else happens to know offhand, but I will go to our handy new archive and figure it out.
Well, I believe they met 6 times and they did not meet in August.
So they've met 6 times already.
Is that correct?
Let's see.
But September, October, November, they didn't meet?
No, they didn't. They only did not meet in August.
they, oh,
Yeah, so yeah, they've had, according to what I'm seeing here, there's been 6 meetings.
Can I offer language that I think solves this problem?
Please.
Extending the task force to an additional 3 meetings with the last meeting to be held by March 31st.
Well, not held on March 31st.
By.
Oh, by, yes.
By March. No, okay. not on. By March 31st.
Okay. I second that.
All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Member Newton. I don't know if you dropped out. Thank you, Member Newton, for attending this evening. Appreciate your assistance. All right, we'll move to line item 11.4, safe storage of firearms. Councilman McQuaid, recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I'm watching my battery here. I might have to stop and switch devices, but hopefully we'll get through this. Sorry. So I'll just give you a really brief summary. I've worked on this in my head or on a little bit on paper for probably over a year now. And during that time, there's just constant reports of children being killed and killing other children with firearms that are left unsecured. And after the horrible tragedy last week in Michigan, one of the often made comments was it was unfortunate that gun was not secured. California state law, as it says in your memo, is extremely vague in the language and does not specifically call for firearms to be locked up. So what this does is it adds a little depth to the existing law, and it more thoroughly explains California law. Other cities have similar ordinances, and actually I took the draft language from the city of Berkeley, and I took the vehicle section from Oakland. I did have the draft ordinance reviewed by our police department, and it was reviewed briefly by BBK. And obviously they will need to do more, BBK will need to do more analysis. And Mala, can you at this point clarify about vehicle storage and the concern?
Sure, Councilmember McQuaid. We would recommend when we go for, if there's a desire to go forward with this ordinance, the vehicle storage language. The penal code has more recently in the last several years addressed this and is not allowing or preempts ordinances that deal with vehicle storage that were adopted after 2016. So I suspect some of the ordinances that are already referencing vehicle storage were adopted in advance of the vehicle code section. So we would probably recommend that the vehicle storage language not be included in the ordinance, but it is covered in the penal code. So it's not absent from the law.
Was there something though about, I am certainly not a gun expert, but was it shotguns are not included in that? Or there was a type of weapon that was not included in the state ordinance regarding vehicles? Is that?
I think your recollection was rifles and shotguns were not listed in the definition of assault weapons. So we could look into that further if that's something that council wants to clarify.
Yeah, personally, I think that would be a good thing to explore.
All right. Is that it?
That's it for me.
All right. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. I guess my question is, what type of risk factors have we considered? And when I speak about risk, like you mentioned, the unfortunate incident that happened at the school, by putting this ordinance in place on the city level, what responsibilities or risks will the city have if that was to happen in our city?
I will defer to Mala if you'd like to respond to that.
Mayor Gary, are you concerned that if we don't enforce the ordinance?
If we put the ordinance in place and something happens, and the, I don't know, parent or anyone else, when they're looking to file a lawsuit, what liability would the city have by having this ordinance in place, if any?
You know, I can't speak to the issue of anyone. Obviously, you know, we've always had this conversation. Anyone can sue. Whether it's a viable lawsuit is another discussion. We haven't looked at it for that detail, but I mean, we'd have to have some knowledge that the weapon was not properly stored. So there would have to be some sort of complaint, to be honest, because we wouldn't necessarily have access to the home without knowing that type of information from a complaint. So it would probably depend on a case-by-case basis. We have a lot of statutory protection from these type of lawsuits, but if you'd want us to look into that greater, we can.
So with that said, so with the penalty of about, how is this going to be enforced?
So go ahead.
No, I was just going to say some of it will be challenging in the sense that we won't have access to homes, so we would need to have complaints, and that we'd have to utilize our code enforcement, which I know to some extent, and maybe the city manager can speak to that, is probably already has a significant workload.
Okay. And when we, let me pull this one up. When we speak, I'm sorry, McQuaid, when you spoke about the social equity and inclusivity considerations in regards to children, teens, Black and brown youth, and you brought that up again right in the background discussion on Black and brown youth being disproportionately affected by gun violence. What data do we have to support that here in Albany with Black and brown youth when we have a 2.9% of African Americans in our city? How are we able to present this based on the information you've provided?
I was looking nationally.
Okay, but I'm asking in Albany, is there data to support that? It's an issue here.
I don't know that we've ever looked at it.
Okay. All right, I'll hold my questions. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember McQuaid, for bringing this to council for consideration. And then the information on the penal code superseding any subsequently adopted ordinance, new information to me. All of this is new information to me. And I'm gathering, well, one, what does the penal code say for transport of the weapons that it covers? Is it substantially the same as what this ordinance is proposed to require? And second question, for firearms that are not covered by the penal code in terms of more stringent transport requirements, is that something that the city could adopt an ordinance that would provide that greater stringency, or is that lack of stringency in the penal code also superseding by law anything that the city could do for those? Sounds like long guns.
I believe that what Mahler was saying was that they would research that piece a little bit more. Is that correct, Mahler?
Correct. I think it would allow us to regulate it, but I'd want to do a little bit more detail because it's not covered in the penal code. So I think it wouldn't be preempted, but I would want to double check. The one thing, a lot of it is similar in terms of what is covered for vehicle storage. I think one thing I noticed that was slightly different was that the the penal code, excuse me, allows the firearm to be in a locked trunk space, which I think this ordinance is slightly different in terms of it needs to be in a lock box in a trunk as opposed to just in the lock trunk.
That's interesting because I thought I read, it was a little confusing to me at first, but I thought I read further down the ordinance that the locked trunk was defined as a locked box.
Oh, maybe.
I might have misunderstood that, but.
Yeah, and I'm happy to come back with a copy of the penal code. I think how this is traditionally done is it's initially discussed, and then if additional information, we do kind of a quick look at it, but as additional information is needed, we can do more.
Great, thanks. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a follow up. So I know just a few minutes ago we were talking about code enforcement. So how does that cover law enforcement? I mean, those two are different. Am I in error of thinking that? You have code enforcement and law enforcement. So if we're enforcing this $1,000 penalty, wouldn't that just simply be law enforcement enforcing that? But correct me if I'm wrong.
The way the penalty is structured, I'm sorry, is you're correct. It's referenced as a misdemeanor. I'm used to these codes giving you both options, considered like a wobbler ordinance. So yes, I think it probably would be the police department.
And so, and like you stated, the only way they would be able to enforce that is based on what we understand now is if someone's complaining or made a complaint or a traffic stop if it's in the vehicle. Any Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, that raised another question. City Attorney, would you recommend it be, or I guess you don't, I know maybe you don't recommend, you're not comfortable with that, but could you weigh in on pros and cons of being a wobbler ordinance versus not?
It allows, the reason that it's usually gives you that option is if you want to just issue administrative citations and kind of build up, it gives you that option. But if you think it's of a greater import, then you can go the misdemeanor route. So it gives you, depending on the nature of the violation, the option. This one, I think, given, I suspect, and Councilmember McQuaid, you can correct me, but if you've copied it from other ordinances, I suspect it just went straight to misdemeanor, given the nature of the violation.
I think that's true.
And so if it was a wobbler, the administrative side would still have the same $1,000, but it wouldn't have the sort of legal ramification.
I believe it starts at a lower amount. I want to say the first violation is $100, so it also has a lower fine amount.
I could see some benefit to that. I mean, on the other hand, I'm nervous about having anybody other than professionals involved in any aspect of this professional peace officer. So thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back for a motion.
Hi, this is Brian Martin, resident of Albany. I wanted to thank Councilmember McQuaid for bringing this to the council's attention and the public's attention, and looking to nearby jurisdictions to see what they're doing and try to put that forward here. I would encourage the city council to look at, to thoughtfully consider this and other measures. Look to this. I'm not an expert in the field, but I know the Giffords group and Moms Demand Action are two prominent groups that work with various jurisdictions on legislation and ordinances that I think the city would be well served to follow up on. I do hear people wondering about the enforcement, and it sounds like I think there are other ways that such an ordinance would be enforced or helpful. Certainly in initial publicity, that there's something that the city's is on the books now, and letting people know through various ways the city can publicize things as to how to, an education campaign on how to lock these things up and secure them. And also, I would think if the police are already doing some sort of action at a location, and there's, I don't know all the rules on how that works, but it seems that if it comes out that there's an unsecured firearm, that would be another way to enforce what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for last comments. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, no problem. So still a little bit stuck on the wobbler. Does a wobbler require that it be an administrative fine first, and then if there's another incident with the same individual, that it go to misdemeanor, or is that the discretion of the agency?
Discretion of the agency. Usually it's set up that way, either in the code enforcement code. I know we need to do an update to that, or if it's separately dealt with in the ordinance itself.
Okay. And then the other question is, I know Councilmember McQuaid indicated that she engaged with the police department on this policy. What is the police department's perspective on the prospect of adopting an ordinance of this type? You're muted, Councilmember McQuaid. You just switched devices, so I appreciate the confusion.
We can't find anything on this thing. Was the question, were they supportive? I'm sorry, it's been so long.
Yeah, yeah, basically, I mean, are they neutral? Are they supportive? Do they rue if this thing's passed, having to have some responsibility for it? I'm just, seems like, yeah.
I think they think of it as another tool in their toolbox. I would say they were supportive. I brought it to them. It didn't come from them. And I just wanted to respond a little bit to Brian. I did do a lot of research online with the Gabby Giffords Foundation and the Moms Against Gun Violence, or I'm sorry, whatever their real term is. And certainly I do think that this is a good opportunity for the city to, through their social media and other ways, talk about this and remind people that if you choose to own a gun, that you do have some responsibilities. And this will be a way the city could get that message out.
I just have a last minute question. When engaging with the police department, were they able to provide data to support an increase in crime when it comes to teens or children in the area in Albany?
I didn't ask that question, and they didn't offer any information on that.
Okay. All right. Any other council members have any? All right, go ahead and get a motion.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was just offering to move the item.
And
I'll second it.
Could I get some clarification on what the item is? Is this a motion to have the city attorney do more work on it and bring it back, or
that's what I understood?
That's what I would like to see, that more work needs to be on, because there's so many questions that are dangling out there that we are trying to wrap our head around to make a solid decision. So I think it needs to be followed.
I'm just moving what was proposed, which is that we direct the staff to draft an ordinance. There's plenty of these. Other cities around here have them. There's no reason we shouldn't. And it should be a very easy thing to draft because there are plenty of them out there.
Would you accept an amendment to draft it, including, the wobbler provision, if you will, and to provide the city discretion? Because I think a lot of times having the option of stage progression can be more effective in certain situations, and then also to include provisions for vehicle transport of those types of firearms that are not covered in the penal code, if the city attorney determines that we can adopt an ordinance that does that and is not superseded by the penal code on that regard.
I'm fine with all of that. If my second is Councilmember McQuaid, are you comfortable with what is the amendment that is being sought by Vice Mayor Jordan?
I think I lost part of it, but I have a lot of faith in Mala and her team in coming up with the best ordinance. And so whatever they come up with is certainly worth our looking at again, rather than getting too hung up in wobblers and, as it says on my screen, waddlers. I would like to leave it to them to determine what's best.
I agree. I think it's helpful to kind of be consistent with other surrounding cities if we can. But I think leaving it to Mala makes a great deal of sense if you can live with that.
I can live with that.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second?
Could I clarify the motion is as stated in the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
No, I need more information.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right. Thank you so much. Now we're going to line item number 12, which is council subcommittee reports, council member reports on appointed representation of Albany. I'll go around the room. Vice Mayor Jordan, any meetings or events?
What? No meetings to report.
Okay. Councilmember Nason?
Yes, on December 2nd, there was an ACTC meeting. There was nothing specific to Albany of interest. One thing I thought I would note is that that agency has an internal staff diversity and cultural practices committee, and they recommended with regard to the Juneteenth holiday that it be granted as a floating holiday, and that allowing the staff to choose amongst holidays that are appropriate, of interest and appropriate to their own culture, since we, in the absence of paid holidays for Cesar Chavez Day or Indigenous Peoples Day or other cultural celebrations.
All right. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes, we had a board of directors meeting for EBCE where we went through a variety of things, including a low and moderate income electrification program that is being developed, as well as our free PG&E carbon-free allocation. We also had a special meeting, I think on Friday, about NEM 3.0, which is the program at the state level to encourage solar power. This was what Vice Mayor Jordan asked about our last meeting, because we got an email about it, so that we voted to submit a letter of support and creation of a NEM 3.0 program to be done to encourage solar and to be done equitably. And I think that's it.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Thank you. It's been quite a couple of weeks. I attended the mixer and a few webinars and the United Against Hate event at University Village.
All right, line number 13, are there any future agenda items? Councilmember Nason?
No.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Not today.
And Councilmember McQuaid?
Not right now.
All right, we'll go to line item number 14, which is announcements of the meetings and events that are upcoming the next couple of weeks. Governor self-importantly. With that said, I would like to thank Councilmember Nason, Councilmember McQuaid, Vice Mayor Jordan, Councilmember Tiedemann, City Attorney, City Manager for a wonderful meeting. With that said, meeting's adjourned. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Gary.